30 of the best pianists from all over the world came to Fort Worth this year to participate in the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Now, 6 remain for the finals, each performing 2 concertos with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and Maestro Marin Alsop. This is the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Welcome to the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, broadcasting live from Bass Performance Hall in Fort Worth, Texas. Good afternoon. I'm Buddy Bray. I'm your host for the webcast. My co-host, of course, is Elizabeth Joy Rowe. Elizabeth, it's the last day.
It is.
Last day, such an exciting day.
That's right. 3 weeks of competition have been crescendoing to this moment. We will have a gold medalist at the end of this evening, and it is so exciting and thrilling. We've seen such heart-rending and thrilling and ecstatic performances from our 6 finalists.
Hard not to get caught up in it, no
Yes.
matter what you say to yourself.
Exactly.
Right, I won't get invested this year.
Right.
Then you do.
It doesn't matter
then
who wins.
Then you do anyway.
Yeah.
Right, it doesn't matter who wins. Right, right. Okay, the excitement builds not only in the webcast studio, but also in Bass Hall itself. Our correspondents, Daniel Shu and Bridget Kibbe, are there. What you got for us, guys?
Thanks, buddy. Here we are at the final performance of the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition.
That's right, Daniel. It's so fun to see Bass Hall filled with more and more audience members from around the world as this competition has moved forward. This is the final concert in which we will finally find out who has that gold, silver, and bronze.
Back to you, buddy.
Our thanks to Daniel Shu and Bridget Kibbe for being our correspondents during this final round. And we are so grateful for your donations. We've received so many through the website, and we want you to know again just how grateful we are for all that you've done for us. Liz, we saw some final performances last night.
Did. Yes, the evening was bookended by 2 Rachmaninoff third performances. And at the center, we had the Grieg Piano Concerto, and each competitor performed with all of their heart and soul. The audience was absolutely invested in every moment, and you know, it was very fitting for the final round here.
Let's take a look at what we saw last night. We started, of course, with Clayton Stevenson, the 23-year-old competitor from the United States, our only competitor from the United States to reach the finals. He gave us our first Rachmaninoff third of the evening, of course, with Marin Alsop and the great Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra. There's Clayton right there. Followed that with the Grieg Concerto, as Liz was just talking about, with Ilya Shmukler, 27-year-old competitor from Russia, our only Grieg Concerto of this competition, our only Grieg Concerto for many competitions. It was so nice to hear that again. As Liz said, it's one of those perfect piano concerti. We followed Ilya with the youngest competitor of this competition, who is Yoon Lim, the 18-year-old from South Korea, who gave a riveting, amazing performance of the Rachmaninoff third piano concerto. He riveted audience, orchestra, conductor, and webcast hosts alike. We are just about ready for our competitor of the afternoon, our first competitor of the afternoon. But first, let us tell you a little bit more about the HiFi.com experience. It's a way that you can experience this competition in 4K HDR color and in 5.1 surround sound. If you're curious about that, just take a look at HiFi.com. Only just a couple of minutes away from Dimitro Choni's appearance at this afternoon's concert of finals. He'll be playing the Beethoven Third Piano Concerto. Take a look at what Dmitri had to tell us.
It's been great. These 2 weeks are already unforgettable for me. It's such a great pleasure to play for this wonderful audience and beautiful venues and fantastic program, and I enjoyed a lot working with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and with the maestro. So just a very enjoyable experience. Cliburn has a wonderful team, the best people, so it's just they're all super professional, super friendly, helpful, and well, just wonderful. It tells a lot about the level of the competition. It's just the highest possible level. I feel, of course, happy. I love to perform, so by now I just focused on practicing. But I ate some Texas food, barbecue, and also jalapeno with cheese, and well, some different things, yeah. It is great here in Fort Worth. People are very friendly, very supportive. There is nothing more I could wish, that's it. The Cliburn has a huge program, 4 hours of music, which has to be played by heart, and this is something unique. And I gained a lot of experience by preparing for this competition and also performing here. It's unforgettable.
That's 28-year-old Ukrainian pianist Dimitro Choni, who earlier in this competition has collaborated with the Fort Worth Symphony twice. He's played the Mozart D minor with Nicholas McGuigan in the orchestra, and also the Prokofiev Third, one of Liz's other favorite top concerti, with Marin Alsop in the Fort Worth Symphony. Liz, this afternoon we're going to hear him do the Beethoven Third piano concerto. Let's talk about that just briefly. Brief thoughts on the Beethoven Third.
So we actually heard the Beethoven Third earlier this week, played beautifully by Yeon Lim. Beethoven's Third Piano Concerto is a touchstone of the classical concerto repertoire, but it also is a harbinger of the Romantic era. There is this cadenza in the first movement that allows the performer to show off their interpretive prowess, their intensity, their imagination, and then you have this blissful, sublime second movement, and then ends with a jaunty finale. So we'll see if Dmytro brings out all of the different psychological states of this work.
You know what I'm really curious to see is how he solves certain problems in the second and third movements. There are certain pedal considerations in the second movement, if I may be a piano nerd for just a second,
Absolutely.
but that create that really wonderful atmosphere that we're going after.
That's right, because Beethoven was writing it for an earlier iteration of the piano, and so you're supposed to create this haze. The text asks for straight pedal throughout the opening line of the second movement, and it's kind of this magical moment. But you know, it's all up to modern performers to interpret it as they wish, and ultimately we're looking for another convincing performance of this great concerto.
Absolutely, and in the third movement, there are some pitfalls, some ensemble pitfalls between soloist and conductor that have to be bang on. Yeon Lim and Marin solved those really elegantly.
Exactly. Well, what's extra challenging also is here you don't have much rehearsal time, and Marin is juggling, I mean, we've seen, what, a dozen concertos throughout this round, so it is a feat for both not only performer and conductor, but also the orchestra. The Fort Worth Symphony is sounding fantastic.
It's been a journey for them too. Let's talk about the coda of the piece, because I think it's underrated a little bit. It's hard to play. The concerto itself is hard to play.
I think so, and it's actually refreshing to hear Beethoven. We've heard all these huge war horses, Rachmaninoff Third, and Prokofiev and whatnot, and it's Beethoven. I would argue that Beethoven, Mozart can sometimes be more difficult, trickier. The subtleties are, more complex to really execute perfectly, and so we're going to see, how Dmytro tackles these challenges. But he is a wonderful artist, and I look forward to seeing how he approaches it.
And he's always got that smile on his face, or a lot of times has that smile on his face.
He's a class act.
He's performing for us. And we said this last night about Clayton Stevenson. When they seem to be enjoying themselves, I think the audience lets out a nice deep breath and enjoys it along with them.
Well, we've said this multiple times during the competition, but it really is a festival of great music making. And the performers here, they can approach it more like this concert experience. I think they're making the connections with the audience in the most powerful way, not simply as, here's my competition performance.
Right. Each performer has to find his own way, I think, to connect with the audience, his or her own way. All right, we're going to take you backstage. We'll see if Dimitro Choni, 28 years old from the Ukraine, we'll see if he's back there. There he is, Dimitro Choni. His debut album was released by Naxos in 2020. It received a Supersonic Award from Pizzicato, and it was highly acclaimed by the international critics. One critic raving that he could be one of the 21st century's most outstanding pianists. In March, he told the Fort Worth Report that music is, quote, always kind of a hideaway from what's going on in the world. Through the music, you can try to project the best possible emotion, the optimism, the hope. Dimitro Choni was born in Kiev and began piano when he was 4 years old, after a particularly meaningful performance at the age of 14, which he calls a turning point. His lifelong journey to professional musicianship began. He earned a bachelor's degree from the Tchaikovsky National Music Academy of Ukraine under the guidance of Yuri Kot, then moved to Austria in 2015 to study with Milana Czerniewskaja at the Kunstuniversität in Graz, where he still is. He's been a prize winner at nearly 20 international piano competitions. He's taken first prize at 6 of those, including the Santander in Spain, the Berzendorfer US ASU competition at Arizona State University, the Los Angeles and the ZF Musikpreis competitions, the Roma competition in Italy, and the Tucumán competition in Argentina. He's meeting Marin Alsop, and they're preparing to go on stage now. He's a laureate of other top competitions as well, including the Leeds, the Vendôme, the Busoni, and the Horowitz. And he has made it, of course, to the final round here. Here he comes for his final performance at this final round. Dimitro Choni, the 28-year-old pianist from the Ukraine. Dimitro Choni finishing his finals performance here at the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, going out on stage for another bow after that performance of the Beethoven Concerto No. 3 in C minor for piano and orchestra. The orchestra also applauding Mr. Dimitro Choni, who began piano in his native Kyiv when he was 4 years old. After a particularly meaningful performance at the age of 14, which he calls a turning point, his journey to this stage and other stages began. He's been a prize winner at nearly 20 international piano competitions and a laureate at others, including the Leeds, the Vendôme, the Busoni, and the Horowitz, recipient of top young artist prizes at Interlaken Classics and Piano Academy EPAN. Now comes to Fort Worth. He calls his participation in the Cliburn nothing more than a dream. He's collaborated with renowned orchestras such as the Royal Liverpool Philharmonic, the Phoenix Symphony, the RTVE Symphony, the Ukraine National Symphony, the Liechtenstein Symphony, and the Dominican Republic National Symphony Orchestra. His performances in major halls in Europe, Asia, South America, and the United States, including at Carnegie Hall and Merkin Hall in January 2022. All of these have made a lasting impression on his musical development. Good afternoon, welcome back to the webcast. I'm Buddy Bray. I'm with Liz Rowe. It's so nice to have you all with us for this final concert today. And don't forget, Liz and I will be with you until the announcement of the awards, which starts at 7 p.m. tonight, Fort Worth time. Let's talk about that performance, Liz Rowe. To me, Dmytro brought all of his best qualities, which are a sense of focus and objectivity, and that direct way of expressing himself.
That's right. Yes, he has a very declamatory tone, and even some of the interpretation leaned a bit romantic, even though he does have this sort of straightforward style. He was sort of enjoying some of those moments and creating his big sound. And you know, another thing to remember also is at this point, all the competitors are exhausted. So much music to just hold in your mind, and to bring that energy, you know, on stage every time is a challenge, but he has such a debonair presence on stage, and the audience really embraced him.
It does. There is so much music to remember. There is a lot of exhaustion going on by this time, and just a lot of emotion.
Yes,
for these
pressure.
Young people. Lots of pressure bringing about lots of emotion. I think this is a good time also, I think, to talk about the contribution of Marin Alsop, who I think has just been great with these young competitors. She's really understood the job.
She has, and each individual is they bring their own compelling pianism and personality to each piece, and so she really has to sort of start from scratch, even though she's repeating a lot of the same repertoire throughout these rounds.
She has really been such a support to them.
Absolutely.
And you can tell she's rooting for them. I can see it on her face, actually.
She feels it. She's rooting for them.
It's so charming to see,
It really
actually. Our next competitor is 20-year-old Belarusian pianist Uladzislau Khandohi, who's going to play the Chopin Concerto No. 1 in E minor, our first Chopin concerto and only of the final round. Let's learn a little bit more about him.
I'm feeling great, but also tired, because now I just played the semi-final round. It was really hard, really hard program. I try to think about the music. And the love from people here, a really big experience. I have the best host family. They are the best, I think, and they cannot imagine with someone else. We did many things, you know, we watched TV, films. No, I'm looking forward to play the final round. I want to play the concertos. This semi-final round I enjoyed a lot, so these are my favorite moments.
Just a couple of minutes away from hearing Uladzislau Khandohi at this final round. of the Van Cliburn competition. He looks ready to go already, and so does Maestro Alsop. Uladzislau Khandohi has performed in Belarus, in Russia, Spain, Italy, and France. He has studied with Natalia Truhl at the Moscow Tchaikovsky Conservatory since 2020. He most recently won the 2021 editions of the Ferrol International Piano Competition in Spain and San Remo in Italy. And here he comes for his final performance at this 16th Cliburn, playing the Chopin E minor concerto with the Fort Worth Symphony and Marin Alsop. Here is Uladzislau Khandohi. Uladzislau Khandohi is finishing his Chopin E minor performance here at the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, accepting the applause of the audience and of the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra. He was born in Minsk, Belarus, 20 years ago, to a family of musicians. They were dulcimer players, they were cimbalom players, not pianists. When his parents noticed him picking out melodies on the piano, though, they took him to music school, where he progressed very quickly. He won his first Grand Prix at the age of 10 and the first prize of the Spiridov competition for young performers in St. Petersburg when he was only 11. He's now 20 years old, of course, and he has performed in a lot of places: Belarus, Russia, Spain, Italy, and France, and now in the United States here in Fort Worth. In 2013, he entered the Republican Music College of the Belarusian State Academy of Music, after which he became a laureate of many international piano competitions, and now here he is in the finals of the 16th Cliburn. Good afternoon, welcome back to the webcast. I'm Buddy Bray. We're glad you've joined us for this last day of finals. And remember, at 7 o'clock, we'll be with you to broadcast the results of this year's competitions. We have a gold, a silver, and a bronze medalist to crown today, Elizabeth Rowe. But first, let's talk about that Chopin. That was the only Chopin we heard this year in the finals.
Exactly, and Chopin's concerti are such a showcase for the pianist because you're not getting as much dialogue with the orchestra, but I thought it was a wonderful showcase for Uladzisłau's style. He always appears to be so transported, and he is invested in every single phrase. He feels everything so ardently, and he played with beautiful fluency and tone, and it just seemed like he was enjoying himself in every moment.
He did seem like he was enjoying himself today. It's interesting what you say about his being transported in every phrase and every moment, because I think also some of that is he's thought so hard about every phrase and every note and every moment, but it's a lovely combination of intuition and really serious thought.
That's right.
I think, and some not bad fingers.
Oh yeah, no, he's got technique.
The Chopin E minor. We're going to let you take a look at the gift shop where many of our patrons are, because this is Intermission. Our correspondents, Daniel and Bridget, are down there. Hello, folks.
Thank you so much, Buddy. We're actually in the lobby of Bass Hall, and we're here in the gift shop with Taylor, who's going to tell us about some of these wonderful wares.
Yeah, we're really excited to have some local spotlight here at the gift shop this year. We teamed up with local jewelry designer Megan Moses, who created some earrings and necklaces and bracelets for us, and they put the Cliburn logo on them. What's so great about this jewelry that it's gold filled, so it will never turn. So we're really excited to have that, as well as local vendor Fort 52 designed the 60th year scarves for us. So we're so excited to have that here.
And for those of you like me who had no idea, this is actually the official rodeo knot right there, so let's all take a class on that.
Don't forget your commemorative program book for the 16th competition. That has all the information, everything you want to know about our amazing 30 competitors, and great history about the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition.
So with all of that, we just hope you get down to the lobby and buy some merch, and we'll give it back to you, Buddy.
Thanks, Daniel and Bridget. If Daniel looks familiar to you, by the way, that's because he was the bronze medalist in the last Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Bridget Kibbe is a friend of our Cliburn family. She is a magnificent harpist, and she has quite a personality too, as you can tell. If you liked those items that Bridget and Daniel were showing you, all you got to do is scan the QR code on your screen to bring those items right to your home. In just a minute, we're going to be joined by 2013 Cliburn gold medalist Vadim Kolodenko. He's going to visit with us here in the webcast studio, but first, we'd like you to take a look at what some of our winners are up to. Take a look.
In 1997, for me, it really was one of my last chances at a major competition. I actually played my first round and didn't feel it went very well.
I was quite scared when I was in the backstage before walking out, thinking that I will screw up.
Like most people, you go to competitions and lose most of the time. You get on that stage, the door closes behind you, and we're there again.
You know that there will be the announcement of results at the end of the day. It's difficult to get that thought out of your head. Lots of pressure.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the gold medal winner of the Van Cliburn Competition, John Nakamatsu.
The ovation was deafening. I was living in this kind of black hole of silence, just remembering things, all the times where, we were disappointed and, people would say, no, this is not for you, this is career, you'll never do it.
I was ecstatic that I won the first prize.
Sun took it from a 10 to 11 there.
Cranking it up.
Yeah, cranking it up, and it was...
You're now in a very public arena.
The biggest prize that the Cliburn can offer is the opportunity to provide a career launch for them.
Going home, I couldn't walk down the street without people stopping me.
We have a debut season booked for the gold medalists. It is usually between 50 and 60 concerts.
3 days later, I had a concert in DC. 2 days after that, I was making a debut at Aspen, where Van Cliburn actually showed up.
We also offer career management for 3 years.
They look out for you.
They can all help you in whatever musical profession you choose. It means so much to me.
Van Cliburn means everything for me.
Always nice to catch up with our winners in that video, John Nakamatsu and Yakwan Sunwoo. The only thing better than catching up with winners via media is catching up with our winners when they're live in the webcast studio, and that is what we have for you this intermission. We're going to be talking to our 2013 gold medalist, Vadim Kolodenko. He's here in the studio with us.
Hello.
We're so glad you got here.
Yes, I'm so happy to be with you.
We know you had a little drama getting here this time, but we're so glad you worked it out and got here. What is it like to be in the audience when somebody is playing in this competition, knowing what you went through yourself?
So much better. So much better. Yeah, I was sitting there and thinking, it's such a great atmosphere. It's absolutely unique.
So,
go ahead.
No. What I was going to ask you was, every performance you gave on that Bass Hall stage was so indelible, so powerful. Do you remember what it felt like in the final round? Because obviously you're at this stage of exhaustion and pressure, but do you have any specific memories of that moment?
Well, when I sat in that chair, I was very relaxed, and then when Dimitro Choni went on stage and sat at the piano, and when he started his part, when he started playing, I immediately recalled those feelings, being on stage and that pressure. But on the other hand, it's such a joy to play for this particular audience. There is nothing, I think, better than people who listen in Bass Hall. It's just amazing feeling.
Dimitro Choni said earlier to us that playing in the competition was a dream for him. It was a dream to come to Fort Worth, a dream to play in the competition. You've always been a very self-contained performer. You never look to be under even the slightest bit of pressure when you are performing. How do you handle that? How do you look so cool when you're out there?
Well, I think we were all following Johnny Depp case. So it's just being an actor. Okay, it's basically about, can you transcend over the being nervous, or you can, sometimes people just cannot get along with their nerves, and that's fine. We are all human beings. So it just, whether you go with the stream, you go with the music, and this will eventually help.
Do you have any words of wisdom for the finalists or anyone who's competed at a competition of this level, of what it's like after, because everyone makes a big deal of the competition, but you have a wonderful career and you are just a serious artist in your own right. What would be your words of advice or wisdom for anyone sort of after this intense experience?
Do what you have to do and just let it go. I think if one is a real musician and if he loves music, then it will be all right. All the stage eventually gonna be open, and it's about how passionate you are about the music.
It's always been very obvious to your audiences how passionate you are about the music. We are always right there with you. And in the Cliburn that you were in, we saw from the very first moment that you came out and played a program of the Adams China Gates in the Rachmaninoff First Sonata.
So great.
It was such next level playing already, and you were speaking a moment ago about accessing the music right away, being inside the music right away. And it seems that you can do that even in a performance, even with 2,000 people watching, even with a worldwide audience watching in the context of a major international piano competition. You might have a future in this business, Vadim.
Possibly.
Thank you.
What's next for you?
Next for me is Stuttgart. I'm playing there with SVR Orchestra. It's a wonderful group of musicians and conductor Dmytro Slobodinyuk. We are doing Rachmaninoff Paganini.
Oh.
So right after I land back in Europe, then I go to Germany.
Wish we could be a fly on that wall.
Yeah.
Sounds amazing.
He's played all the Prokofiev Concerti with the Fort Worth Symphony, and he made it look like child's play. He also recorded them all with us. It's no big deal.
Oh, you can play anything.
Just one of the minor talents we like to.
Guys, but may I add that the Fort Worth Symphony and Marin, it's just such a good coupling. It sounds wonderful.
Well, we will deliver that message. Vadim, thanks so much for being
Thank you.
with us during Intermission.
One of our favorites.
Thanks.
Vadim is only one of the many examples of the arts and culture that Fort Worth has brought to the fore over the 60 years of the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Here are some more examples.
As a cultural district, it is really our job to elevate any great cultural moment that the city is having. And we're so proud to partner with the Cliburn on this incredible mural, just supporting all of the programming and really driving people to enjoy the Cliburn for this very special moment. When you sit inside the performance hall at the Cliburn, there is really color and magic to those performances. And the mural is supposed to capture that experience of viewing and listening to music. In the Near South Side, art is pinnacle in our conversations about what makes the Near South Side special. It provides a really vibrant quality of life, and it keeps all of us here to enjoy the unique talents of our community, to hope for something more, and to really have these very special experiences together. And music has always been that conduit for cultural exchange. Big international moments like the Cliburn bring a world spotlight into our city. The Cliburn competition is really the way in which we continue to pioneer in music as a city, to bring an international stage of talent, to learn from the experiences of hosting global competitors, and to mark Fort Worth as one of the most important stages in the classical music world.
Arts and culture, a vibrant part of Fort Worth, Texas. We'll talk about that a little later with the mayor of Fort Worth. She'll be with us while we wait on the results of the competition. Liz Rowe, I spotted in that last piece a mural that you know a little something about.
Yes, a brilliantly colored mural in the middle of downtown Fort Worth. My piano duo partner and BFF, Greg Anderson, and I, we spent some time there with our wonderful webcast crew. We did a little music video, and it's just the perfect atmosphere. We decided to choose our arrangement of Leonard Bernstein's America because we are in the heart of America, and it's a virtuosic, fun piece.
And there's nothing like Leonard Bernstein ever, right?
Exactly.
It's appropriate for any occasion. Let's talk a little bit, Liz, switching gears kind of violently to the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto
Yes.
number 1. Speaking of America, let's talk about the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto number 1, okay?
Well, it sort of has a link.
It does, with Van Cliburn himself,
Exactly.
who of course won the Tchaikovsky competition in 1958 and became a cultural hero right away in this country. Without that victory, we wouldn't be here at the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition.
Exactly.
Of course. Let's talk about the piece. Why is it such a special piece? Why does it endure? Because it does.
It just has those irresistible melodies and virtuosity for days, and it has the grandeur but also moments of intimacy. So if you're looking for contrasts, if you're looking for these heartrending melodies and these tunes that kind of live in your head all night long, then that's the piece for you. And again, I think it's such a symbol of inspiration when you think about Van representing something so powerful, not only to the music world, but to the world at large, that piano competitions can actually be so relevant in our time, and that music is a way of creating harmony and accord, between people everywhere.
Right, and especially that piece.
Yes.
For some reason, I'm always reminded when I hear it or play any Tchaikovsky that so much of Tchaikovsky sort of dances. He was such a man of the theater, a composer for the theater, and there were so many moments in this that seemed to dance.
And fabulous orchestration.
Absolutely, absolutely. There was nobody like him for writing for the orchestra. Our next competitor is going to play the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto No. 1, and that will bring to a close the finals performances in this 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. She is Anna Geniushene from Russia. She's 31 years old, and this is what she had to say when we talked to her.
I'm already honored to be a finalist of such a very well-known and major competition as the Van Cliburn. Of course, there were a lot of nervous moments and still a lot of nervous moments ahead. But despite these facts, I'm enjoying this moment, and I think it's kind of a forgettable experience for me. The hospitality of all people who surround us right at the moment is absolutely priceless. We all are experiencing kind of difficulties being on stage and being surrounded by this kind of tension. And of course, to play as sincere as possible for the jury members. This is kind of very demanding and challenging moment for every one of us. I think I'm the oldest one competitor in this competition. I have come to this certain idea that I'm not actually taking part in the competition. We are not rivals, we're not competitors, we're here for music making also. Despite the fact that someone would be eliminated, and if I would be eliminated, that's absolutely all right. No matter what would be the outcome, I'm already grateful for these hours that I've been on stage and I've been welcomed by the audience. That's all I could dream of.
Just a little about Anna Geniushene, a riveting performer who is a laureate of many international piano competitions, including the Leeds, the Tchaikovsky, and the Busoni competitions. Elizabeth, I'm wondering if there's a strategy in choosing concerti for both the semi and the final round. What do you think about that?
I think first and foremost, you want to choose pieces that you're so solid and so prepared with, because you don't have much time. As the competition advances, you run out of preparation time, and then you have to rehearse with the orchestra. So you want to choose pieces that you know intimately, know inside out, because that is going to be communicated so clearly. We've seen that actually throughout these rounds. But also you want to consider stylistic contrast. So there's the first category of concerti, there's so much variety. You could choose Mendelssohn, Ilya chose Grieg, there's Saint-Saëns, Gershwin from Clayton, Schumann. I mean, there's just such a variety. And then you have that second list, which has the sort of more expected concertos, the Brahms, Rachmaninoff, Tchaikovsky, Prokofiev. So I'd imagine that you would want to showcase the breadth of your artistry and musicianship.
I think the most cogent thing you said there was about the pieces that you know so intimately, because also you think you know a piece and then you rehearse it with an orchestra, right? And the first time you rehearse a piece with an orchestra, I've always felt, do I actually know this? This feels so alien the first time.
Exactly.
So you don't want to bring a piece that you...
Not in this context, I don't think. And you want to feel like you've really lived with the piece, so you have something very clear to say, and that you intimately know the parts of the orchestra, and that you can kind of integrate everything, when you're under pressure. You want it to feel very coalesced.
Okay, we're going to take you backstage with Anna Geniushene now, the 31-year-old competitor from Russia. Here she is backstage. There she is, a study in concentration. She graduated from the Moscow Tchaikovsky Conservatory in 2015, completed her master's degree with distinction and advanced diploma from the Royal Academy of Music in London in 2018. She has also been one of the elite bicentenary scholars at the Academy under the tutelage of Christopher Elton. She's had a nice career as a laureate in major international piano contests. She's had strong finishes at the Leeds, Tchaikovsky, Busoni, and the Dublin competitions. She sees her participation in the Cliburn as a dream, she says. She also says that it's an opportunity to be part of a very friendly community, to find a new audience and to challenge myself. She was born on New Year's Day in 1991, and she made her recital debut just 7 years later in the small hall of the Berlin Philharmonie. She has since developed a diverse and versatile career as an artist. She's performed in major world venues such as the Town Hall in Leeds, the National Concert Hall in Dublin, the Museum of Arts in Tel Aviv, the Concert House Neue Welt, and now here she comes to the Bass Performance Hall stage for her final performance, Anna Geniushene in Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1 in B-flat minor. Marin Alsop conducts the Fort Worth Symphony. Anna Geniushene, 31-year-old competitor from Russia. Brilliant performance of the Tchaikovsky first piano concerto with the Fort Worth Symphony and Marin Alsop, which brings to a close the performances in the final round of the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. During the pandemic, Anna's penchant for creativity manifested in online projects, such as a series of online recitals for the Vancouver Chopin Society. She participated in the Armchairs season of the Moscow Philharmonic, and she had recording sessions for the Concerto music channel on YouTube. Her debut CD was released on Linuck Records in March of 2020. She is already a laureate of major international piano contests. She's had strong finishes at the Leeds, the Tchaikovsky, the Busoni, and the Dublin piano competitions, and she sees, as we've said, her participation in the Cliburn as a dream, as an opportunity to be a part of a very friendly community, to find a new audience, and to challenge myself. Part of a very friendly community. We are happy to welcome her into the friendly community of musicians in Fort Worth. She looks happy to be done, but I think she's proud of herself. She should be very proud of herself for this performance. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the webcast. I'm Buddy Bray. We appreciate your watching all the rounds of the 16th Cliburn International Piano Competition, and stay with us. There is, of course, much more to come. But first, let's talk about that performance, Elizabeth. Great job by Anna Geniushene.
That was an exceptional performance. Anna was in the zone. I'd just like to say that she has crescendoed in terms of her confidence and her self-assured attitude. She just looked completely comfortable, completely in command of every moment. And she had such a fantastic synergy with Marin and the orchestra. It was clear, we talked earlier about choices of concerti, and this was the perfect fit for her. It looked like she knew exactly what she wanted to do. She played with ingenuity, mastery, and just, this sort of, she's a complete artist. And she showcased that beautifully today.
I think she is too. I think she is already a master pianist. She is fully formed. She is a master pianist. Of course, we all have things to learn our whole lives, but she is a master. She is the real deal. And speaking of her self-assuredness, her self-confidence, she has always seemed, even from day one, she has always seemed to me a very confident performer insofar as she knows exactly what she wants to do when she gets on the stage, even though, even in that first recital when she had her iPad malfunction, she seemed, I'm sure it felt like 1,000 deaths inside, but she seemed so assured on the stage. She was so composed getting that thing working again, and she played it great, the Stephen Huff, and then she went on to that amazing performance of the Rachmaninoff.
That's right.
Etudes Opus 33, just amazing performance.
I think it's because she has this self-awareness as not only as a musician, but as a person, and it just emanates from every performance. She's not here to play a competition, to compete. Maybe she's competing against herself. She's trying to prove to herself what she can do, but she's done that so brilliantly with every successive round, and I thought she did a magnificent job.
She really did, and it was a wonderful way to end the actual performances of this Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Of course, that was it for the actual performances, but there is much more to come. Is that right, Liz?
That's right. This is only the beginning when it comes to an extended intermission awards pre-show. We, of course, have to choose a gold medalist, and we will also be awarding silver and bronze medals, plus additional prizes. And everything is going to be broadcasted live from Bass Hall, so that will air at 7 p.m. But you want to stick with us because Buddy and I have a bunch of things to share until that exciting climactic moment.
We've got lots up our sleeves. Well, they're up my sleeves. This doesn't actually have any sleeves, but they're up our sleeves. We are going to recap the whole journey that these pianists have taken in these past 2 weeks and a bit. and there are going to be some special surprises in between. We have some interviews lined up for you. We have an interview with the young mayor of Fort Worth that I think you'll find very interesting, and we have a premiere video presentation starring somebody that you know.
Yours truly, and my piano duo partner, Greg Anderson. The two of us filmed a special performance right outside the Cliburn mural, right here in Fort Worth, that will be premiering during the show tonight.
It's a packed broadcast, so you'll want to stay with us until 7 p.m. when the awards ceremony starts. But first, we're going to take you all the way back to the beginning. Here is Cliburn CEO Jacques Marquis and the road to the Cliburn.
The Cliburn is a very demanding competition. At the end, if you're in the final round, you would have played 4 hours and a half of music. That's a lot of music to be at the top level.
For our contestants, thousands of rehearsal hours spent in devotion to the honing of their craft is only the starting point on the road to the Cliburn.
The Cliburn, I like to compare always with tennis. You have the big ones. You have Wimbledon, US Open, Melbourne. The Cliburn is one of those really, really big piano competition.
It's that perfect combination of finding somebody who is able to recreate these incredible works left to us by these great masters, but make it relevant, make it creative, inspirational, and alive to us.
This year we had 388 applications from 51 countries. I have 5 jury members who listened to all of them and cut to 72 candidates. And these 72 candidates came 3 months ago here in Fort Worth, and they played live in front of these 5 jury members. From these 72, they choose 30 candidates to come in June.
I'm waiting to be moved. I'm waiting to be touched. There's ones that just melts you. You know, your whole being just falls apart. The worst thing that could happen is what happens to these young artists if they feel they haven't played their best, and it destroys them. It's all about striving and becoming better and learning more as you grow as a person, as you grow as an artist. Being here and to be able to watch them and to hear them and experience what they're trying to share with us. It's been a real gift.
And that's how important the Cliburn is for them. If they win, it's a life-changing experience.
Welcome to the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, broadcasting live from Bass Performance Hall in downtown Fort Worth. And welcome back to the webcast. I'm Buddy Bray. I'm your host for the webcast. Thanks so much for joining us and for sticking with us until the medalists are crowned and all the other awards are announced. Elizabeth Rowe is with me as the co-host for this final round, and also we've got a nice video coming up starring Elizabeth Rowe and Greg Anderson. Can we go right back to the beginning, because they've been watching something called The Road to the Cliburn, and as a former Cliburn competitor, I want to know where the preparation starts. Can you draw on your own experience a little for us?
Sure. For many competitors and myself, the road to the Cliburn began with the dream. You know, I first saw the 1993 documentary when I was 11 years old, and I became obsessed with all the cast of characters, with all the repertoire they were performing, and it became a goal to participate in the competition. So I think, you know, for all of these competitors, they heard of the competition or someone encouraged them to apply, and you have to have that idea, because that sort of manifests your participation and your performances ultimately. So I like to look at it almost like in this holistic global sense. And then when you get down to brass tacks, you have to start thinking about programming and, you know, all the rounds. The Cliburn is great because you have so much freedom with the repertoire. So you want to sort of fashion programs that feel good, but also showcase your full artistries. And so that means, you apply, you have to get accepted into a screening audition, and then once you pass the screening audition, then you're preparing in earnest, and that means months of preparation. You're trying to hone all the repertoire that you've programmed, but you're also scrambling to learn the commissioned work. This year was by the great Stephen Hough, and you only have a couple months to do that. And so you're trying to balance recital repertoire, concerto repertoire. In this case, we had Mozart concerto round as well. And you also want to rehearse, if you're playing concerto, you want to rehearse with accompanists. Ideally, play some of those concertos with real orchestras and just get everything into your bones, into your psyche, because you have to be so prepared when you land here in Fort Worth.
Into your bones is a great way to put that, I think. What do you remember about walking out on stage at Bass Hall, because the whole thing was at Bass Hall in your year? What do you remember about walking out on stage and playing?
It was an exhilarating feeling. What I remember most about my Cliburn experience was it didn't feel like a competition, because the audience here, everyone has been talking about this. Vadim just mentioned it. The audience is famously warm. They welcome you from the moment you walk out, and it feels as if you're giving a concert. And I remember just gazing out at the hall, and everything feels so grand, and it's such a majestic environment. And then, everyone listens with such respect and care and love. And so I did feel as if I was lifted by that energy. And so it was a really remarkable experience and something that I still remember to this day.
Well, thanks so much. We are going to talk a lot more about that warmth and respect and love that the Fort Worth audience shows when we speak to Mayor Mattie Parker here in just a few minutes. But we want to take you back to the preliminary round, which was held this year at the new Van Cliburn Concert Hall at TCU. I visited the concert hall just before the preliminaries start. Take a look. Woven throughout the Cliburn's history is a profound connection to our first home, Texas Christian University. TCU was home to the first 10 Cliburn International Piano Competitions, starting with the very first in 1962. We returned to TCU for our 60th anniversary, celebrating our past and looking forward to our future. It's a future that begins on stage at the brand new Van Cliburn Concert Hall right here at TCU. This intimate 700-seat venue is designed to replicate a grand concert hall with adjustable acoustical environments tuned to suit the performance to perfection. Silent mechanical systems make the quiet moments even quieter, and heavy masonry construction supports rich, warm tones to make the inside of the hall reverberate. This year, the Cliburn International Piano Competition brings the world's finest in classical piano performance to the Van Cliburn Concert Hall at TCU, writing the next chapter in our storied history. Yeah. That Van Cliburn Concert Hall at the new TCU Music Center was a beautiful way to start the preliminaries of this competition. We were there through the quarterfinal round this year. TCU could not have been more hospitable, and it was a gorgeous, beautiful place to start our competition. Elizabeth Rowe is here with me, of course, on the webcast, and I want to talk a little bit more about that preliminary round because there's a lot of freedom.
A lot of freedom. So you really got to get a sense of each competitor's personality based on the repertoire choices, and then you had the through line of the commissioned work, which was the fanfare toccata by the brilliant Stephen Hough. But I loved seeing the variety of repertoire. Sometimes you would see pieces be duplicated, and so that gave you a direct form of comparison between different pianists' approaches. But I like to think of the preliminary round as sort of like your coming out party. You're like, this is who I am. I only have pretty much like a 40-minute situation, which is smaller than a normal recital. And so you really have to kind of come out with just your total self, blazing. And so I think a lot of people did make a very strong impression. Other people sort of, kind of grew on us. And it's interesting to see how different people handle the pressures. Also, you have the luck of the draw or the unluck of the draw. So certain people, I think they really shone because they were playing at an optimal time of day in the evening or the end of the competition, and other people, had to deal with an early time slot.
I think we should talk about that a little bit more for people who might not know, because there is a predetermined order of things. It's always done by actually a drawing a number. That's how we determine that.
Yes.
Here. And nobody wants to go first.
No, and former gold medalist Yekwon Sunwoo had the unlucky job of plucking out the names from the bowl, and so he felt, I think, a little nervous about being that responsible. But there's also some strategy. When your name gets called, you get to choose your time slot, and of course, as time goes on, you have fewer choices.
There are fewer and fewer stratagems
exactly
to employ.
And so inevitably, that last slot was the first slot.
Why does no one want to play first?
First of all, it's 10 a.m. and that just is no performer. We're all night owls, or usually, you don't want to go that early. Second of all, it's very intimidating because you're setting the tone, and maybe if you're uber confident, you might actually have no fear about going first, but I haven't met anyone who is super excited to play first. Although I thought I heard Martha Argerich going first in one competition, but she's Martha, so.
It turned out all right for her, no matter where she went. In that competition, things turned out all right. But you're right about going first and sort of setting a baseline. The baseline sort of has to be set at some point. Of course, we know Anna Geniushene went fifth.
Yes.
So she played in that first morning session. Things have worked out pretty well for her.
Yes, she also says she likes the number 5, so.
Oh. Well, we're glad that something worked out
Suspicious.
for her here at the Cliburn. Liz and I sat down at the very beginning to talk about the preliminary round. Take a look. Let's talk about the preliminaries and what's in store this year
That's
at
right.
the Cliburn in the preliminary round.
The preliminary round is the opening round. All 30 contestants will present a 40-minute recital of pieces of their choosing. So there are no requirements except for the inclusion of this year's commissioned piece, which is by pianist and polymath extraordinaire Stephen Huff.
Called Fanfare Toccata. This is a brand new piece composed especially for this 16th edition of the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. So you have a really unique perspective on this, Liz, because you've been a competitor in the Cliburn yourself in 2005. That's right. Is there any strategy you used in cobbling together your preliminary round? And what do you think would be different now with only 40 minutes to showcase yourself?
So I love how the programming showcases who you are as a pianist, and that's how I approached it back in my preliminary round. I wanted to play pieces that I felt such a personal connection with, which ultimately is the guiding force for, or should be the guiding force for all musicians. What are the pieces that mean so much to me that I just have this impulse to share it with others? The pieces that resonate with me, not the pieces that my teacher wanted me to play or the pieces that I think are going to make me advance in the competition. Ultimately, the jury and the audience are looking for that spark and that resonance and that integrity, and that does, it's interrelated with the repertoire that they will be performing.
It's such a good thing to hang on to for the audience. I think that we're going to see what these competitors love. They're going to show us who they are in this preliminary round of the 16th Cliburn. We hope you enjoy it. Welcome back. Elizabeth Joy Rowe, that video seems like we made that about 3 years ago.
I don't know, it's so funny to think about time in this context, but it felt like a different chapter in all of our lives.
It's always a journey, this competition. It always seems like a longer time, but in the best possible way.
Exactly, and actually also that it went by in a flash, so.
Can we talk a little bit about, I don't know if we referenced it in the video or not, but the piece by Sir Stephen Huff, another sort of yardstick for comparison I found in this preliminary round was sort of a superficial one, but nevertheless it was there. Some competitors played his piece from memory, and some people didn't.
That's right. And, you know, it comes with its pros and cons. Playing it by memory means an extra challenge in the practice process because, you know, it requires more time to kind of get it in your head and to feel confident with it. But then it also prevents you, if you're playing from memory, from any sort of potential mishap. And that's, we mentioned Anna Geniushene having an issue with her iPad connecting to her foot pedal. And that is not a situation, you don't want to have a technological snafu on stage in a competition.
In a major international
In the first round. Thankfully, she had noticed it before she began the performance of the piece, and so it could have been worse. It could have happened mid-piece. And other people opted to use a physical score, but you know, using a page turner comes with its own risks.
It certainly does.
I like turning pages for other people, but I know that some people just feel like that's the worst position in the world because no one notices you if you do a good job, but if you mess it up, you're messing up a competitor's
Then
chance.
you are a criminal if you've messed up something.
But I also think it was wise for the Cliburn to place the commissioned work in the first round because there was complete freedom of repertoire. You need something that's consistent that you can sort of measure 30 competitors against. And I think it was fascinating to see all the different interpretations. Sir Stephen himself was rather intrigued by all the different ways that people could interpret his piece.
Some he had thought of and some he had not
Yeah.
thought of. Speaking of Anna Geniushene, we've been speaking of her a lot in the last 40 minutes or so. Here is what she told us after the preliminary round.
The second session of this year's Cliburn competition featured 3 performances of sonatas by Haydn. Jonathan Mack opened with a charming account of the Haydn A-flat major sonata and concluded with Rachmaninoff's brooding Corelli variations. In the middle, Stephen Huff's toccata performed rapturously. Anna Geniushene followed, performing with tremendous spontaneity and artistic conviction. Her Haydn was colorful with dramatic timing, and her Huff toccata was downright daring. Rachmaninoff's entire Opus 33 Etude tableau completed the program, which she made all her own. After intermission, we were treated to some of the most demanding technical works in the repertoire. Not only did Andrew Lee wow with his accuracy, but he brought a puckish charm and playfulness to everything he played, including another Haydn sonata. He concluded with Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody No. 6 and a standing ovation. The final competitor of the session, Dennis Linuck, performed a varied program in which he juxtaposed the Baroque world of Rameau with recent music by Ukrainian composer Karamanov. He was the first to tackle Huff's toccata from memory, here at the 2022 Cliburn competition.
Dennis Linuck and Andrew Lee and Anna Geniushene speaking to us through their music in that little reel. Liz Rowe, I think you caught up with Anna Geniushene. You and Greg both did.
We did. It was wonderful. You know, it was actually amazing to catch up with all of the competitors right after they stepped off stage because you're catching their unfiltered, honest reactions to what had happened. After the first round, there was actually a rather extended pause after she had stepped off stage. I think maybe she had to call people at home, but also she was recovering after that technological snafu with her iPad. And so I think she just needed to gather herself before she spoke with us. But she's just been completely authentic, sincere, just a wonderful, warm person. And so we always loved speaking with her.
That being authentic, something you can't fake.
Exactly.
Here are Liz and Greg and Anna Geniushene.
That's it, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm speechless. Do you feel like you perform differently in a way? Like, your perspective, has it shifted?
I have to say that maybe this, this thought that is constantly with me, the thought of the pregnancy, of further delivery, of giving a birth to a child, gives me an extra, comfort on stage. Because, I'm not sitting alone on stage and, having my own problems, and, struggling with the self and confidence on all this stuff. But I feel kind of inner, power and energy, which gives me an extra boost.
Can you imagine your little one may its debut on the stage. There are great musicians who've been pregnant on stage, and I always think that a lot of times when their babies become musicians, their debut was and very illustrious.
We'll follow our path.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And Liz wrote, you know, she had just finished that recital. There was a Haydn sonata. There was the Sir Stephen Huff piece with that snafu with the iPad, which seemed to take forever to her, I'm sure.
Exactly.
And then a really gorgeous performance of Rachmaninoff etudes after that, that could not have been better, really. She seemed okay by the time she talked to you guys.
Yes.
Was she?
But see, I think so. But that's what's wonderful about Anna. I feel like her priorities are all in the right place. And she was even so generous about giving us commentary about her experience as a woman expecting a child. You know, I mean, she has that. No one else has that experience here. And it's a lot of pressure to compete and to be dealing with a pregnancy. And I think that she's heroic and just a beautifully, you know, honest and kind person. So she was actually in rather good mood, you know, despite all that had happened.
So she's expecting, and there's a child at home already.
Exactly, an 18-month-old.
She is a very busy woman. We caught up with another one of our finalists. Let's catch up with Clayton Stevenson.
On day 2 of the 2022 Cliburn, we heard another set of 10 compelling recitals. Clayton Stevenson opened the day with power and drama to burn, delivering an extroverted Haydn sonata, symphonic heft in Stravinsky's Firebird, and dazzling pianism in Godowsky's take on Strauss's Die Fledermaus. Up next, Yang Rui Tsai showcased a deft range of technique and style, offering rhythmic poise in Huff's Fanfare Toccata, a contemplative and dreamy rendering of Liszt's Bénédiction de Dieu dans la solitude, and expert control in Book 1 of Brahms's Paganini Variations. Closing out the morning session, Sergei Tanin's program offered a feast of pianistic textures, brilliant clarity in the CPE Bach Sonata, shimmering arpeggios and tremolos in Liszt's Sposalizio and Jadot, and biting chordal stabs in Messiaen's Regard de l'Esprit de Joie. Throughout, he played with color and conviction.
Three more brilliant pianists, among them Clayton Stevenson, the 23-year-old pianist from the United States, who was the only pianist from the United States in this edition of the Cliburn to make the finals. He also talked to Liz and Greg. Take a look.
It was clear that you were playing with enthusiasm and confidence and approaching this with just a lot of joy, which is, you know, what the Cliburn is all about. Hopefully you will advance to the next round. How are you going to approach the next round any differently in terms of your preparation or even, you know, what it feels like to walk on stage and experience this atmosphere?
Well, I think the first time you go out, you really don't know what to expect. Now I know, you know, this audience is so, you know, heartwarming, and, you know, you can feel that they're just listening to your every note, and I think that makes the performances so much better. You know, if I do advance to the second round, my programming is a lot different. My second round is more serious, and it's more focused on, you know, war, death, all these sad kind of emotions.
The existential topic.
Exactly, like the Liszt Ballade is about, you know, hero, the old Greek tale where, you know, he tries to swim to the watchtower and drowns. And, you know, the Prokofiev Sonata was written during the war era, which is not, you know, very different from the situation that we're in right now. And so I think that's kind of me to put away my fun side and then kind of show my serious side as well.
That's Cliburn finalist Clayton Stevenson talking to our Elizabeth Rowe about what would happen if he advanced to the quarterfinals. That's what he was talking about
he's
there.
certainly advanced. He went way past that, actually. I mean, he is specialist in, you know, ambitious, big pieces. And so he made such a mark with the first round playing the Stravinsky Firebird and also Die Fledermaus. So, you know, very kind of splashy, dramatic pieces. And then he continued with that, giving a really fantastic and exciting performance of Prokofiev 7 in the quarterfinal round. And so he's just gone on to sort of prove his mettle with these huge pieces from the repertoire.
I think he's happiest when he's just tearing up the piano, don't you? I think it feels good to him to play.
Yes.
And I think he's pretty happy when he's all over that keyboard, as is this next finalist. He is 20-year-old Belarusian pianist Uladzislau Khandohi. Here he is in another group of preliminary pianists at the 16th Cliburn.
The evening session of day 2 at the Cliburn competition began with fireworks. Uladzislau Khandohi gave a virtuosic and explosive performance of Huff's Toccata and followed it with an equally exhilarating account of Schumann's symphonic variations. The youthful 20-year-old competitor concluded with music by 18-year-old Prokofiev. By contrast, Francesco Granato's performance was one of the most intimate and poetic of the competition, in particular during his haunting account of a Schubert sonata. Francesco captivated the audience with his sublime pianissimos, sentimental melodies, and attention to pianistic color. The second day came to a close with returning competitor Yutong's son. He juxtaposed the joyous and sunny music of English composers Handel and Huff with diabolical fare by Ligeti. Yutong was the first competitor to perform music by Beethoven, ending the day with Beethoven's Opus 110, here at the 16th Cliburn competition.
Of course, there were 30 competitors in that preliminary round held at Van Cliburn Concert Hall at TCU. All of them got a little taste of Fort Worth arts and culture. We're going to be speaking to Mayor Mattie Parker of Fort Worth about that very thing in a few minutes. But what we want to do now is show you another video showing you some of what else Fort Worth has to offer. Liz visited the rodeo.
Oh, here we go. This is awesome. Yes. Oh, the Fort Worth Stockyards.
There's Billy Bob's. I believe there's a mechanical bull in there.
This is where Van Cliburn lived.
I know.
It's we're in Fort Worth, Texas. It's hard for me to imagine the winner of the 1958 Tchaikovsky competition here in the stockyards. But he grew up in Shreveport. He spent his time here in Fort Worth. This is where he's from.
And he's a hometown hero, and I think that's maybe what made it more powerful, because he was just this humble Texan gentleman.
Guy.
Texas Jim loves you.
I'm going to stay here all day. Wow.
Oh, howdy.
They're so calm. This is not like the running of the bulls.
Wow, that's really impressive.
That was.
Oh, it's so comfy. Maybe I'm like in my element. I should be a cowgirl. Okay, well that was a Texan adventure, if I may say so. That's the real deal. Cheers to Fort Worth and to the Cliburn.
Welcome to the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. We're broadcasting live from Bass Performance Hall in downtown Fort Worth. Fort Worth is a jewel. I'm a little bit biased because I've lived here for 36 years, but we think it's a pretty great place. And with us at this break is Mayor Maddie Parker. She has been mayor of Fort Worth for a year and about 2 days now, is that
That's
right, Mayor
buddy.
Parker?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank y'all for having me today. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much for being with us. For people that are watching from all over the world, can you give us a few facts and figures about Fort Worth? It's, I understand, the 12th largest city.
Yeah, we keep teetering between us and Jacksonville at 12th and 13th. The census keeps playing with those numbers. We truly are the city of cowboys and culture. I think you probably had a flavor of that in this production you've done. Competitions like the Van Cliburn truly set us apart. We have a beautiful cultural district. We have the only Michelangelo in Greater North America, thanks to the Kimball Art Museum. The Fort Worth Historic Stockyards, a twice daily cattle drive, which no other city in America can attest to, which is really special in the Fort Worth Stockyards, of course, but so much more, right? We're a city really focused on tech and innovation and the future as a major American city in the heartland. We think we have a bright future in front of us, not just because of the aftermath of COVID, but importantly, the warm nature of the people here. And I hope that this comes across in this broadcast. I know it's difficult when you're watching even internationally, but I think your competitors can probably relate to that. I know you two as well. Fort Worth is the kind of place we want everybody to be successful and succeed, and that kindness sort of permeates no matter what event we may be hosting here in our city.
Liz was talking just a few minutes ago about the warmth, the respect, the love she felt
I'm so glad
from
to
the
hear that.
audience in Fort Worth.
Yeah, my husband and I moved here about 15 years ago, and we wouldn't have been successful without that same warmth and kindness. But it's not just about those that live here. That visitor tourism is such a fabric of Fort Worth. Visit Fort Worth. It does a phenomenal job showcasing the city across the country and really now across the world to help Fort Worth be on the map. We were not the 12th largest for long. We really hovered around 500,000 people for more than 2 decades. And at this point, you can really see this city really emerging and coming out of the shadow of our wonderful sister city in Dallas, right? Yes. But importantly, kind of having our own path in Fort Worth, which I think you can feel here as well.
If you're just going to give someone, who's from another country, obviously we have a whole international cohort here.
Yeah.
Just like literally a pitch about why they should come to Fort Worth, in addition to the warmth of the people, what would you sort of pinpoint?
Well, I think especially if you're traveling internationally, if you want to come to an all-American city where you can experience all there is to offer in the United States of America, but also a Texas city, a place where you feel welcome, you can experience all different types of things. That's the place that Fort Worth really aspires to be and continues to kind of come out of the shadow of other large cities. The other thing, it's really accessible. DFW Airport, third largest airport in the country now, and continues to emerge as this place where people really, you come here for the first time, you may have felt that when you landed here and go, where am I? I want to come back here. I want to know more about Fort Worth. And being the best kept secret has really helped us be successful long term. But now's our ticket to really showcase, and I love this opportunity, hosting the Van Cliburn 60 years, which is truly incredible and all that it means for our city. And I think that people that are traveling internationally can recognize that when they feel and they come to land here and they think, this is what the U.S. is all about.
Tell us what your vision for Fort Worth is, because I think it's perfect. I've always thought it's perfect.
Yeah.
But I bet you have ambitions for Fort Worth.
Absolutely, but I love that you mentioned that we do think we're perfect here. To me, it's important as a mayor to recognize you have to have your foot in the past and the present, right? Understand to be forward-looking, to be progressive at the same time as recognizing the history and heritage of the city and those that came before you. Those things really are the recipe for success in a large city like ours. We don't want to lose that small town feel, but we also have to recognize that the next successful all-American cities will continue to be those that are pushing the envelope when it comes to tech, innovation, business, entrepreneurship, and all those things are happening here in our city. Another thing, we're not reinventing the wheel. If we're seeing things in other cities across the country that we're proud of, that we want to re-engage here in the city, we're doing those things. And lastly, we have really young, exciting leadership. I'm one of the youngest cities leading a large city in the entire country, which is really special for me to get to say that out loud. I have an awesome colleagues on council as well. But our business community, our education community, philanthropic community, everybody's working together really to row in the same direction to keep Fort Worth on track, and importantly, ask the questions, what do we want to be next? And that's a collective response we're getting from the entire community. We're not doing this one-off together.
That's fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Also, any specific impressions from the Piano Olympics that we like to call the Cliburn?
Oh my goodness, just so many amazing competitors, really distinct differences in the way they perform and the way they engage the audiences. It was funny, I could kind of look out and realize who were the favorites among certain audience members. They kind of show that. I'm sure you probably felt that when you competed as well. Yeah. But I think right now in the world, we need opportunities to see people come together, regardless of where they're from and their backgrounds and their lineage. Today is really reflective of what that should be in the world. And I love that Fort Worth is getting to be a part of that and really bring people together and sort of peace for just a few minutes, right? Yes. And recognize what that means to Fort Worth and to the world. really special.
Amen.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you both for having me.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you a bit, okay? Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Parker. There's a lot, as you can tell, to visit here in Fort Worth, and one of our newest things is a brand new mural that we want to tell you about. Take a look.
It is really our job to elevate any great cultural moment that the city is having. And we're so proud to partner with the Cliburn on this incredible mural, just supporting all of the programming and really driving people to enjoy the Cliburn for this very special moment. When you sit inside the performance hall at the Cliburn, there is really color and magic to those performances. And the mural is supposed to capture that experience of viewing and listening to music. In the Near South Side, art is pinnacle in our conversations about what makes the Near South Side special. It provides a really vibrant quality of life, and it keeps all of us here to enjoy the unique talents of our community, to hope for something more, and to really have these very special experiences together. And music has always been that conduit for cultural exchange. Big international moments like the Cliburn bring a world spotlight into our city. The Cliburn Competition is really the way in which we continue to pioneer in music as a city, to bring an international stage of talent, to learn from the experiences of hosting global competitors, and to mark Fort Worth as one of the most important stages in the classical music world.
That mural is just one of the things that makes Fort Worth such a special place to live. And Piano Town, of course, it is for 2 weeks every 4 years. Speaking of that mural, it's featured in a premiere video starring Elizabeth Rowe and Greg Anderson that we are going to premiere just a little bit later in a few minutes. But first, we are going to take a look at the quarterfinal round. Liz and I talked about this too on the stage of Van Cliburn Concert Hall at TCU. Take a look.
We're going to talk about the quarterfinal rounds now. Liz, it didn't exist when you were in the Cliburn, I don't think. It went from the preliminary to the semifinal.
Exactly.
This is so interesting to go from 30 competitors to 18 competitors in a quarterfinal, but it's still another 40-minute recital with no requirements, and there's really no structure to it because the commission piece has already been done in the preliminaries. So if you had to do this again, what would you do?
You know, I think there's a certain amount of freedom when you get to the quarters because you've presented who you are. It's almost this introduction to your pianism, your personality in the first round. Once you've made your mark, then you can perhaps be a little bit more exploratory, be more adventurous with the programming, or provide an extension to what you've presented in the first round. So I think you can approach it in two different ways. Either I've shown you one side of my personality, or you can almost think of the two as a complete recital program in which almost like the first round was a first half and the second round was a second half. And so, you know, I think it's individual. Every artist is going to interpret this in a new way, but because there's truly no requirements except for the 40-minute time limit, it really does open up the world in terms of your repertoire choices.
So it's going to be very interesting, I think, to see, for instance, if a competitor has come out all guns blazing, very adventurous in the preliminary, if that same competitor will show a more conservative side or a more traditional side in the quarterfinals. We'll just have to wait and see. That's all coming up in the quarterfinal round of the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition.
The quarterfinal round is another proving ground for pianists at the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. We're going to talk for just a minute about how it can be different from the preliminary round. Liz, what do you think about strategy here?
You know, I think certain people solidified their place in this competition with that quarterfinal recital, because once you get over the nerves of that initial performance, you can really sort of get into the nitty-gritty, show off what you know you can do, and also, as I spoke about in the video, showcase potentially other facets of your musical arsenal with the programming choices. And so I think certain people, you could see, they kind of gave us another opportunity to get to know who they are and what they can do interpretively and pianistically. So I thought it was fascinating because certain people, like I mentioned, Anna's like the woman of the hour. She just seemed to kind of just get better and better, more secure with each round. And other people, you know, they came out blazing and then maybe weren't as impressive in the quarterfinals. So, you know, there are a lot of factors at play with that. I mean, it could literally be their physical state in that moment or just an extra set of nerves because, you know, the eliminations keep happening after every round.
We've talked to a lot of medalists about how they felt in each successive round, and the answers are, of course, all over the map.
Yes.
Like, the pressure really ratcheted up by the time I got to the semifinals, or by the time I got to the semifinals, I didn't care anymore and I felt absolutely free. So the answers are as various as the 30 people that we choose to be in this competition. That's just so interesting. And like you were saying, there are two different ways to go here. I'll show you a little bit more who I am. I will reinforce that impression, or I will show you what else I can do.
Exactly.
Here are a few moments from the quarterfinal round. Take a look.
Anna Geniushene opened the Cliburn 2022 quarterfinals with the Brahms Ballades in a performance laden with gravitas, patience, and quiet intensity. Afterwards, she effectively unearthed the heft, angularity, and excitement of the Bartók Sonata. Up next, Andrew Lee of the United States performed a program dedicated to variations, beginning with Beethoven's set in F major, Opus 34, followed by both books of the Brahms Paganini, one of the most formidable works in the repertoire. He tackled it with aplomb, his hands a blur amid its fearsome pianistic challenges. To wrap up the morning session, Dennis Linuck delivered an ambitious quarterfinal program, a beautifully shaped rendition of Schumann's symphonic variations, Scriabin's Fifth Sonata played with passion and breadth, and finally a hair-raising and relentless performance of Ligeti's infamous 13th Etude, L'Escalier du Diable.
Again, we see Anna Geniushene in the quarterfinal round, and Liz wrote she was playing the Bartók Sonata. That was the end of that recital that had started with those gorgeous Brahms Ballades, Opus 10. It was quite a program.
It was actually a very well-contrasting program. She told us afterward that she was intentional about the Brahms Ballade. She wanted to sort of ease the audience into that listening experience. It's a piece that is, you know, rather, it's filled with a quiet dignity, and it shows off your subtlety and your timing. She has such like wonderful sense of just kind of listening to the sounds hovering in the air, taking her time, you know, and she did that so beautifully. But it was the Bartók that I really got the sense that this was finalist material. Like already at that moment, I was like, oh, here's Anna showing her mettle.
But you know, also, what you were saying about the Brahms, it takes such courage to let something hang in the air like that.
Yes.
That is one mark of a really evolved master musician, I think, to have the courage to let something hang there.
And you're trying to share the ethos and the voice of the composer. You know, we've been seeing some of the finest artists here are the ones where it's kind of not about them, you know, and it's more about being a channel for the great music that they're performing.
Again, takes a lot to get there. That's part of the road to the Cliburn. Here are some more quarterfinalists. You might see some people you recognize. Take a look.
Masaya Kame of Japan began the afternoon session of the Cliburn 2022 quarterfinal round with a refined and crystalline interpretation of Bach's Chromatic Fantasy and Fugue. He followed that with two works that showcased his colorful virtuosity and singing tone, Liszt's Mazeppa Etude and Rachmaninoff's Second Piano Sonata. Next, American pianist Clayton Stevenson played with conviction and power, opening his program with the Prélude from the Tombeau de Couperin by Ravel. Then he dove into the mythic drama of Liszt's Second Ballade and the ominous thrills of Prokofiev's Seventh Sonata, captivating the Cliburn audience. We heard another performance of Ligeti's L'Escalier du Diable in today's quarterfinal round, this time by Albert Kano-Smit in an astutely conceived program. He brought keen intellectualism and electricity to Beethoven's Tempest Sonata, two miniatures by Scriabin, and a pair of etudes by Ligeti. Another brilliant recital here at the 2022 Cliburn quarterfinals.
Clayton Stevenson was in that video. He was playing the Liszt Ballade No. 2 in B minor. Another chance, Elizabeth Rowe, for him to show off what he really thinks about digging into the keyboard.
Yes.
He's so happy when he's able to do that.
And I feel like he's a storyteller. He seems to be attracted to pieces that have this heroic arc. You know, he continued to explore that in his semifinal round, but he just has the virtuosity to burn and showmanship. And I think that's why he's earned such a devoted following here in Fort Worth.
Also, we heard a little bit in that video from Masaya Kame, the 20-year-old Japanese pianist. Brilliant, brilliant talent.
I thought he was...
Bright, bright future.
Exactly. I thought he was a marvelous pianist and deserves to be heard a lot more.
I think he will. I have a feeling he will be. Let's take a look at three more.
Here at the Cliburn Competition, the first evening session of quarterfinal recitals began with Japanese pianist Yuki Yoshimi. After a Mozart sonata filled with tender moments, Yuki treated us to our second performance of the day of Brahms's Paganini Variations. His interpretation poured forth from a heart of burning lava, with beautiful phrasing and great drama. Following Yuki, we heard Uladzislau Khandohi in a program that featured two works of epic proportions, the Bach Chromatic Fantasy and Fugue and Prokofiev's Sixth Sonata. As in the first round, Uladzisław's Prokofiev was terrifically exciting, even terrifying. Highlights include the madcap off-the-wall performance of the last movement. The evening concluded with a fascinating recital program by Yu Tong-sun, beginning with the occasionally jazzy Five Bagatelles by Carl Vine, performed with imagination and color. He transitioned seamlessly into the Chopin Fantasy and then the Bach Busoni Chaconne, both of which were a magisterial way to end the day.
Among the pianists in that little reel was Uladzislau Khandohi, whom you heard just a few minutes ago live with the Fort Worth Symphony. But in this quarterfinals performance, he was playing the Prokofiev Sonata No. 6, Elizabeth Rowe.
That was a blistering performance of Prokofiev's 6, and he just dove headlong into the finale of that, so much so that Greg Anderson, you know, we've been listening and sort of trading notes via text. He sent me the fire emoji because he was very impressed. Uladzislau has such a point of view with everything that he plays.
He has. He has. He had, even today, in that Chopin E minor, we thought that maybe that piece would not be intense enough for a performer like Mr. Khandohi, but it was.
Yes.
He burrows down into everything he plays.
Feels everything deeply.
He really does. Here are three more.
The second afternoon session of quarterfinal recitals kicked off with two fugue-centric programs. American pianist Kate Liu set a serious tone with weighty, spacious performances of Beethoven's late A-flat major piano sonata, culminating radiantly, and our third take on Franck's Prelude, Chorale, and Fugue, here at the 16th Cliburn Competition. There were more fugues in Jin Hyun Park's program, which featured Baroque-inspired music by German romantics. He began with an elegant and luscious prelude and fugue by Mendelssohn, and continued with Brahms's sprawling Handel Variations and Fugue, which Jin Hyung performed reverently and majestically, and with great hair. Dimitro Choni changed the mood after intermission with a performance of Prokofiev's Sarcasms that absolutely sizzled with fierce accents and propulsive rhythms. The two works by Debussy showcased Dmitro's range of pianistic color, and he went for broke in Liszt's Dante Sonata here at the Cliburn International Piano Competition.
More quarterfinals highlights, this one featuring Dimitro Choni, the 28-year-old Ukrainian pianist who, in that, Liz Rowe was playing the Debussy L'Île Joyeuse. It was talk about a blistering performance. That was one too.
It was. He just seemed so confident with that piece. And you know, just as a little of an aside, I think he has been dealing with a lot, especially at the beginning of the competition, being interviewed, coming from the Ukraine and representing his country. So I really admire the focus that he brought to his performances, and that was a particularly unforgettable one.
It was, and you know, even today, this afternoon in the Beethoven Third, he brought that focus, that directness, that drive that are really his hallmarks.
Unfussy playing. So
unfussy, very unfussy. We're going to take a look at the semifinal round and what that entails at the Cliburn Take a look at this.
We're going to talk about the semifinal rounds of the Cliburn now. This is where we get a little variety.
We do get variety in the form of a concerto by Mozart with members of the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra conducted by the one and only Nicholas McGeegan on the podium. And then as a companion to the concerto performance, we get a 60-minute recital, a solo recital. So you get to see the collaborative side of the artist and also a more drawn-out solo recital performance.
You know what I'm looking forward to are the choices of the cadenzas in the Mozart concerti.
In the past, there have been such memorable performances by, for example, Vadim Kolydenko in 2013. He did his own cadenza for the Mozart concerto, Kenny Broberg as well. And I think that this showcases the originality, the innovative mind of the artist. You know, we want to see the performers really have that understanding of the orchestral part and how they interact with their own role as soloist. And so that requires a lot of listening sensitivity, poetry, and joy.
It's a lot to look forward to, right? 12 great solo pianists, the Fort Worth Symphony, and Nick McGeegan in the semifinals. We hope you enjoy it.
We will speak a lot more about the semifinal round because it involved, of course, a recital and their first concerto appearances with the Fort Worth Symphony. But right now, what we're going to do is talk to one of our distinguished visitors here at the Cliburn. That's what's so much fun about the semifinals and the finals, is that the really distinguished guests come into town. We are happy to be joined at this break by Peter Paul Keinrath, who is the president of the World Federation of International Music Competitions and also the president of the Busoni competition. Sounds like a very full plate. You are a very busy man.
You are right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Let's talk about the World Fed for a minute. Why do we need one? I mean, I know why we need one.
I think we need a federation now more than ever, because also with these geopolitical problems that we all know, and that it's kind of mirrored also in the finals here in the Van Cliburn. No? You have Belarus, you have Russia, you have Ukraine. More than ever, we need to define our own values for what we are standing, and I'm very, very happy to see how the Van Cliburn was able, one of the first really competitions after this aggression and after this war started, to have a very clear standing that we all together need to protect the talents of any kind of nation. And maybe, as you know, the federation then, first time in their history, excluded a member, the Tchaikovsky competition. We had a strong dialogue with them. And we try to to separate cultural project or cultural institution using culture for a propaganda topic or use, and on the other side, protecting all the talents. And I think the Van Cliburn in this discussion had a key role.
Because it really is about the kids, right? And they're brilliant talent. We have so much brilliant talent here in Fort Worth with us. And
absolutely, and also especially after the pandemic, all these people, all these talents, they lost 2-3 years, crucial years in their careers. So it's totally impossible to make them a second-time victim of this bigger picture. And so I'm really happy and very grateful to the Van Cliburn competition and also to all the other members that we are standing in a so clear manner for the talents and trying to open these new doors for international music life, and international means federation is needed.
Well, we had the example of Van Cliburn himself in 1958 building bridges as he did, and he became such a cultural hero in the United States and really all over the world, and we take our inspiration from him.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the big difference is at the time of Van Cliburn, we were in the middle of a Cold War. Actually, we're in the middle of a very hot war without knowing where it is guiding us. No? We have also a member, a very important member is the Horowitz competition. Horowitz was so important to the American music life. And the Horowitz competition is based in Kiev, and we are all worried what is happening with this member. They are actually not able to execute their competition. And so there's another answer on your question. The federation is there also to help members in that kind of difficulties.
How many members do you have? How many competitions?
Actually, we have 115 around the globe. I consider them, and we consider them, the best of the best. It's not so easy to join the federation. We are open for new members also. We have interesting members here. We have interesting members in Asia also. Europe, of course, was the starting point. The Busoni Piano Competition was one of the founders of the federation.
Let's talk about Busoni for a minute, because you know what? One of the interesting things that we talk about with all our guests is the difference between competitions which are members of the World Fed. Every competition has its own atmosphere, wouldn't you say?
Atmosphere, but also DNA. I think Van Cliburn was an interpreter, no? A great interpreter. Busoni was a historical person, and maybe somebody calls him the first European citizen also. He was very engaged politically speaking at his time. He was a teacher, he was a conductor, he was a composer, very important. So having this kind of people or personalities as idols, as a name giver, it's important because then we can transmit to the next generation that kind of universality of being an artist today.
In the wake of all of these geopolitical conflicts and also an international pandemic, what do you envision for the future of competitions, and how does the World Federation play a role in that?
I think competitions are becoming more important than ever because it's still the most easy access to an important stage. And if you look to the Van Cliburn as an example, but also Chopin Competition, Busoni, and many others, with this kind of upgrade to the digital world, with having these live streams also, so the stage became bigger and bigger. And I think this will not disappear, and this will increase the power for the competitions and for the talents that we are going to promote and that we are going to discover. So, and international music life, one of the biggest dangers during the pandemic was that, especially in Europe, and I'm from Italy, and I know what I'm saying here, that there was a movement to make again national the music life, so shrinking the music life. And the Federation stands there to not allow this and to really underline that only a global stage is the right dimension for that kind of talents that we have.
Global stage, the power and the promise of music and talent. Thank you so much, Peter Paul Keinrad, for being with us at this break. We're going to talk a little bit about the semifinals, but first, here is a message from our friends at Steinway & Sons. Welcome to the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, broadcasting live from Bass Performance Hall in downtown Fort Worth. And welcome back to the webcast. I'm Buddy Bray with Liz Rowe. We're going to talk next about the semifinals, and the best part of that for me is the advent of the Fort Worth Symphony, Nick McGeegan, and all of that Mozart.
Yes, the best part and maybe the trickiest part for the competitors, because Mozart requires everything you have in terms of your control, your command of all of the challenges, the balance, the articulation, the phrasing, and obviously that interaction with the orchestra.
Let's take a little look back at the semifinal round.
The Mozart Concerto portion of the competition began with Hong-ki Kim, who gave the first of 6 Mozart D minor performances in the semifinals. He delivered a thoughtful interpretation full of tenderness, drama, brilliance, and gorgeous tone. He attained a fine collaboration with Maestro Nicholas McGeegan and the Fort Worth Symphony. Marcel Tadokoro followed as the sole performer of Mozart's final concerto, number 27 in B-flat major. He brought out the brightness, joy, and elegiac beauty of the work, implementing his own ornamentation and embellishments throughout. He visually delighted in the interplay with the orchestra and Maestro McGeegan. The third performer of the evening was 20-year-old Uladzislau Khandohi, who chose Mozart's Concerto No. 9, Koschel No. 271. He gave a deeply invested performance that underscored the youth of both composer and pianist, diving in with vibrant energy, an impulsive spirit, and quicksilver tempi. Dimitro Choni ended the night with conviction, playing Mozart's D minor concerto. It was the first time during the competition he performed a classical era work, and he presented a declamatory, articulated approach to the concerto, capped off by a brisk finale that brought the first evening of Mozart Concerti to an exciting conclusion.
Uladzislau Khandohi, the 20-year-old Belarusian pianist, was featured in that video. Liz, he was playing the Concerto K271. We don't hear that very often at the Cliburn, and it's such an innovative piece, actually.
Oh yeah, and it was a great showcase for him because he obviously is one of the youngest competitors here, and that is a very youthful concerto for Mozart, so it was a beautiful combination. And also, the popular piece of that round was K466, Mozart's Concerto in D minor. We got so many performances of those, and it was quite revelatory, actually.
It really was, and of course you saw Dimitro Choni playing that, one of the 6 finalists of this competition, 28 years old, from Ukraine. Let's take a look at some more semi-final Mozart performances.
The second night of Mozart concertos here at the 2022 Cliburn was filled with glorious music and glorious performances. Yu Tung-sun began the evening with an extroverted take on Mozart's 20th piano concerto, almost Beethovenian in spirit, accompanied fantastically by the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and Maestro McGuigan. Masaya Kame continued with a cheerful performance of Mozart's F major concerto, Koschel 459. The music of Mozart comes effortlessly to Masaya, and his brilliant, witty, and lyrical interpretation suited the piece well. The last movement in particular was a delight, with Masaya engaging playfully with the orchestra. After intermission, we heard Hyung Park and the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra perform Mozart's 20th piano concerto. Hyung's approach was flowing, elegant, and sensitive, and he was the first to divert from the Beethoven cadenzas performed by the 3 earlier competitors, instead playing his own tasteful and stylistic cadenzas. Anna Geniushene embraced a truly collaborative spirit throughout her performance of Mozart's 25th piano concerto, continually engaging with the orchestra and Maestro McGuigan. Her commanding interpretation sparkled with vibrancy and inspiration as she danced at the piano, and she even tinkered creatively with the cadenzas.
Anna Geniushene from Russia, she's 31 years old, and in that round she was playing Mozart's Concerto No. 25, Koschel 503. That was the concerto that Van Cliburn played. He didn't play much Mozart, but when he did, it was that concerto. We also heard Liz Rowe from Masaya Kame in that, giving us our only 459 of the
F major concerto, which is such a delightful work, and he played with such ebullience. It was a scintillating performance, and I thought he really captured the delicacy of Mozart's writing so perfectly.
Liz and Greg took a little trip across the street to the Steinway Piano Gallery. We're going to talk to someone from Steinway & Sons coming up, but first, take a look at what Liz and Greg found at the Steinway store.
Thomas.
Hello. Hi, it's great to see you.
It's great to see you.
Yeah. So awesome to be back.
It is, and we're at the Steinway Piano Gallery in Fort Worth, Texas. How did Steinway pair with the Cliburn?
You know, it kind of came about right around when the Fort Worth store actually came to Fort Worth. There was a need for some consistency for practice pianos in host homes, as well as like a certain expectation of super reliable excellence.
And that's important too, because we often say that when we're on tour, we're having constant blind dates with pianos because you just don't have a lot of time. But throughout the competition, as they advance, they're almost developing this love affair with the instrument that they chose.
There's nothing but just like creativity that they can just like feel directly connected. There's so much color that is waiting on these, you know, blind dates that we come to. You know, and that's how it should be. We want it to be easy to touch the sound, you know, exactly the way you want it to, you know. Why don't you try that one over there, actually? This is actually most similar to what all of the host families actually have in their house.
So this is a B, a Steinway B?
Yes, this is a Steinway B, 7 feet. It's the
Ours.
next size from what would be a concert grand.
Ready?
How does that piano feel to you?
I mean,
it's lovely.
It just feels so easy to play on. Also, in a great hall like Bass Hall, I can only imagine how grand and powerful the Steinway piano
Yes,
is.
that massive projection and that wall of sound.
Van Cliburn himself once said in an interview that when you have a wonderful Steinway, you really can't do any better. And at this break, we are so happy to be joined by the president of Steinway & Sons, Gavin English. Welcome.
Thank you, buddy. Good to see you, Liz.
Great to have you with us.
Thank you.
The pianos are gorgeous.
Thank you.
That we've had here. They've just been so gorgeous. The kids have loved playing on them.
Yeah, talent like this, we have to thank them. They make our piano sound even better. So, yeah.
You and Liz were having Old Home Week here.
Yeah.
Just before.
Yes, it's funny because you were in Los Angeles and now you've moved across the country to New York.
Yes.
So in your new stature as president of Steinway, what is your mission? You know, Steinway is a historic brand. It's known as a legendary instrument, the piano of choice for some of the greatest artists in the world. What is your mission as president to sort of take Steinway further into the 21st century?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've been with Steinway 24 years. I feel like I'm a steward of the brand. I knew Henry Steinway. My first job at Steinway, I worked on 57th Street, my first job, so I have a history with the company. We want to continue the edict that was given to us almost 170 years ago, and that's build the best piano possible. At the end of the day, that's why we're on concert stages still all these years later. So as far as moving forward, we want a diverse group of musicians that play Steinway & Sons pianos, not just classical pianists, but popular and jazz, all sorts of musicians worldwide.
Talk to us a little bit about the people who actually build them. I didn't think about that so much until I was in a position to go to the factory and pick out one for the school district here. And I talked to so many people who are actually building these things, and they are very passionate about it.
We have about 250 craftspeople at our factory. Our factory is in Astoria, Queens. We've been in that factory for 152 years on Steinway Street.
On Steinway Street.
Exactly, exactly. So we've been building pianos in New York for almost 170 years. So we have multi-generational family craftspeople where we have family members, grandparents, parents, children, even starting out at the apprentice program at our factory. So we really, it's funny, we don't have to advertise for factory craftsmen because the jobs are so sought after, and it's just word of mouth.
It was an interesting day. I had to do the whole thing in one day, but I flew to LaGuardia. I got in a cab, and I was in the cab for maybe 15 or 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly, right by the airport.
Went to Steinway Street, but the whole day, the whole experience of being at the factory was so incredible because it was just a whole day. They made a whole day of it. There were 5 to choose from, but there was a whole educational component to the thing too. We talked to so many people.
Yes, Greg and I actually filmed a music video at the Steinway factory. That was one of our greatest music video experiences.
Yes.
In addition to your fantastic educational initiatives, you also are delving into the world of technology with Spirio. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Spirio we launched about 6 years ago. On the outside, it's a player piano, but it's really more than that. It's a high-resolution player piano. It's the first player piano Steinway & Sons has ever created. So the great thing is we actually record Steinway artists live at our factory and studios in New York, which you have done. And we just recently came out, which was a few years ago, called Spirio R, where musicians can actually record themselves playing. So they can record, they can edit. It's basically a recording studio within a Steinway. So it really is the future of our company. And currently, our production is about half standard Steinway and half Spirio pianos. So it's really gone really far very quickly.
would have been useful for the competitors.
Yeah.
Listen to playback.
Very useful, but you know what else it does? It creates some ambience and atmosphere in the galleries themselves. Sometimes when I'm across the street at the store, Thomas Ragozino, who no pianist in this town could do without, really.
Yes.
But he will put on his latest enthusiasm, you know, and it just plays from the piano, and you're just right there in the experience. It's
Absolutely.
amazing.
I was just there across the street at our showroom, right across from Bass Hall, and I wandered over in between, and there were some aspiring pianists, obviously. They're very passionate, and they're excited to sit down and play a Steinway. And what we do is we don't really tell them that they're being recorded. So they'll play, and then we play it back for them, and they're absolutely blown away. Like, that's me playing. I can hear every nuance, every pedaling, every little piece. So, yeah.
You know, you touched on something which was very important, and that is that the Steinway piano galleries serve the community in such a powerful way. Certainly that happens in Fort Worth. Thomas throws the doors open for so many piano recitals and so many functions just as a community service. It's an amazing thing to do. Gavin English, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
For being with us at this break. We were speaking of technology and innovation with Mr. English, but we've got a few tricks of our own on the Cliburn webcast. Take a look.
And 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, broadcasting live from Bass Performance Hall in downtown Fort Worth.
What we want to do with the webcast is bring new people into classical music and get new fans, obviously, for the artists that are performing. The performances are definitely the focal point, but all these things that happen around the performances are just serving to really help bring people in that are new to it. The first webcast that the Cliburn did was in 2001. The Cliburn was a pioneer in webcasting in classical music.
So this time we've really upped the game across the board with the show, overall technically. Music, especially classical music, can be sort of prohibitive to get in, especially into the world and understand what they're talking about. And, you know, it's like wine. If you're not a person in the know, it kind of sometimes feels like it's for them and not for me.
We've landed this year being able to do 4K HDR, and we're going out with surround sound. And this will be the first classical music competition in history to hit both of those benchmarks. If you can picture yourself kind of sitting in the auditorium, you're gonna hear the creaks in the background, you're gonna hear the echo. The room's really gonna feel like alive and immersive. I think being able to deliver that type of experience to an at-home audience member is a crowning achievement.
The 2022 webcast is bigger and better than it's ever been before, by far, in my opinion.
I think that the live stream and the broadcast overall is a great way to introduce people to classical music. Some people are going to love this, and some people are going to find their art from a community where they've never stepped foot in a concert hall, and that's the whole point.
That is a stellar webcast team that has been so helpful to the people that you actually see on camera. And it's made us feel like real TV people, wouldn't you say, Liz?
I mean, it's the best people in the business. I feel so lucky to be here.
Now, speaking of lucky to be here, we are about to introduce a video that you are starring in with Greg Anderson, but I want to know, what is the backstory here? What is the history of yours and Greg's career? Because let me just tell you something. When I was, the first day I lived in New York in the fall of 2002, I think it was, Veda Kaplinsky called and she said, I want you to come to school tonight because these two students are playing a recital and they really have an affinity for one another. They're a very special team, and it was you and Greg.
Were you there?
So, no, I wasn't there, but I should have been. So now tell us the story.
So this is such a funny story because we celebrate our 20-year anniversary as a duo this fall, because that very day was our debut as a piano duo. Greg and I met as students at the Juilliard School, and just for chamber music credit, actually, we decided to put on this recital, and it turned out to be one of the most exhilarating musical experiences that each of us had had. And so that basically launched this partnership that has lasted over 2 decades, and that's because at the heart of it, we share the mission to make classical piano music a powerful and relevant force in society. but also we are best friends. And so it's just such a joy to be around each other, to create compositions, music videos, and concert experiences for audiences of all ages. We like to think of Pixar almost as our goal, you know, creating experiences that can appeal to aficionados and neophytes alike.
Anything you want to tell us 10 seconds before we roll on this premiere?
Sure. So we had the opportunity to film in front of the dazzling Cliburn mural in the middle of Fort Worth. It was a hot night, and we just basically had a few takes to run this wonderful piece by Leonard Bernstein, America, in our four-hand arrangement. So we had fun.
There you have it, right from the artist herself. Here are Elizabeth Joy Rowe and Greg Anderson in front of the Cliburn mural. Take a look. Liz-Ro, I am so sorry that I missed your recital in 2002. Greg Anderson in New York, but it had been a long travel day.
Yes, I understand.
I do think that Leonard Bernstein would be happy with the performance we saw just now. And I carry him with me on my phone at all times.
So I was trying to do my best Rita Moreno.
I think she'd be happy too. We are, of course, just minutes away from finding out who the medalists and all the other award winners are in this 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. But before we do that, we are going to recap the final round for you. Liz and I have been doing that right along in these few minutes. Of course, Liz and I sat down at the very beginning to talk about the final round. This is what we said.
From 12 great solo pianists in the semifinals, we go to 6 finalists. And in this edition of the Cliburn, they will play 2 additional piano concertos with the Fort Worth Symphony, this time conducted by jury chair and noted conductor Marin Alsop. Let's talk about those 2 concertos because it is a world of possibility again.
That's right, and this is a new addition to the competition. Now we have 2 groups in which they can choose. Obviously, there are the big war horses. So you have Tchaikovsky, you've got Rachmaninoff III, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's this other category where you can play Rhapsody in Blue by Gershwin.
It's so much to choose from.
Yes.
It's how would you make a choice?
Again, it boils down to what we were talking about in the prelims. What do you love? What are the pieces that you just can't wait to practice and perform and share?
There we go again. Play what you love. Show us what you love.
All about the heart.
That's what you're going to hear in the final round of the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition.
It's all about the heart, as we said, and that's what we were going to hear in the finals. I think that is what we heard in the finals, Liz.
We heard heart, we heard soul. You know, this whole competition has been a celebration of the human experience because we've seen such courageous examples of resilience, of determination, of inspiration, of just dealing with all of the pressures that come from being in the hot seat in an international competition, but also with all of the events happening around the world. Music is really a way to connect us all and to remind us of what is the best of humanity, and we've been experiencing that every night here.
It connects us, it heals us as well. Let's briefly recap the finalists for you. Here is 28-year-old Ukrainian pianist Dimitro Choni.
Ukrainian competitor Dimitro Choni concluded the afternoon session, pouring his heart and soul into everything he played, from a tender Schumann novelette to a sweeping take on Rachmaninoff's Second Sonata. Dmytro relished the music's sentimentalism, particularly in the second movement, and the Cliburn audience clearly warmed to him in kind.
Dimitro Choni changed the mood after intermission with a performance of Prokofiev's sarcasms that absolutely sizzled with fierce accents and propulsive rhythms. The 2 works by Debussy showcased Dimitro's range of pianistic color, and he went for broke in Liszt's Dante Sonata here at the Cliburn International Piano Competition.
Dimitro Choni ended the night with conviction, playing Mozart's D minor concerto. It was the first time during the competition he performed a classical-era work, and he presented a declamatory, articulated approach to the concerto, capped off by a brisk finale that brought the first evening of Mozart Concerti to an exciting conclusion.
That's just a highlight reel of Dimitro Choni from Ukraine. Liz-Ro, what have you thought of Dimitro Choni over the span of this competition?
Over the span, he's just been that focused, elegant performer. You know, he brings a forthright sort of approach to every piece that he's done.
And there's always been a great big smile of relief after every single performance he's done.
Charming person.
Your heart goes out to him. Next, Anna Geniushene from Russia.
Anna Geniushene followed, performing with tremendous spontaneity and artistic conviction. Her Haydn was colorful with dramatic timing, and her Hoftoccata was downright daring. Rachmaninoff's entire Opus 33 Etude tableau completed the program, which she made all her own.
Anna Geniushene opened the Cliburn 2022 quarterfinals with the Brahms Ballades in a performance laden with gravitas, patience, and quiet intensity. Afterwards, she effectively unearthed the heft, angularity, and excitement of the Bartók Sonata.
Anna Geniushene embraced a truly collaborative spirit throughout her performance of Mozart's 25th Piano Concerto, continually engaging with the orchestra and Maestro McGuigan. Her commanding interpretation sparkled with vibrancy and inspiration as she danced at the piano, and she even tinkered creatively with the cadenzas.
Those highlights show Anna Geniushene at her most serious, but also, Liz Rowe, I think at her most ecstatic.
Yes.
She also finds great joy.
She
in
does.
music.
And she is always authentic and brings command to each performance. She has this sort of earthy sensibility, and it comes through so powerfully.
She's been very individual, one in a million performer at this 16th Cliburn. Here is 20-year-old Belarusian pianist Uladzislau Khandohi.
The evening session of day 2 at the Cliburn Competition began with fireworks. Uladzislau Khandohi gave a virtuosic and explosive performance of Huff's Toccata and followed it with an equally exhilarating account of Schumann's symphonic variations. The youthful 20-year-old competitor concluded with music by 18-year-old Prokofiev. Following Yuki, we heard Uladzislau Khandohi in a program that featured 2 works of epic proportions, the Bach Chromatic Fantasy and Fugue and Prokofiev's 6th Sonata. As in the first round, Uladzisław's Prokofiev was terrifically exciting, even terrifying. Highlights include the madcap off-the-wall performance of the last movement.
The third performer of the evening was 20-year-old Uladzislau Khandohi, who chose Mozart's Concerto No. 9, Koschel No. 271. He gave a deeply invested performance that underscored the youth of both composer and pianist, diving in with vibrant energy, an impulsive spirit, and quicksilver tempi.
Uladzislau Khandohi, at 20, one of the youngest competitors in this year's Cliburn competition. Liz Rowe, we saw that intensity, that trademark intensity from Mr. Khandohi.
Trademark intensity, and in the best moments, rapture. You know, he brings this total immersion with every performance, and he's got youth on his side. He plays with complete expressivity, and he's one of the most iconoclastic individuals in the competition.
And a promising future as well. I remember so well that Rachmaninoff's second piano concerto, that he brought that intensity to in every note, every moment. We're going to hear next from the youngest competitor in this year's Cliburn, South Korean phenomenon, Yoon Lim.
The preliminary round of the 2022 Cliburn competition wrapped up with a glorious recital by Korean pianist Yoon Lim. Sublime, gorgeously crafted performances of music by Couperin and Mozart were flanked by the fireworks of Huff's Toccata and Chopin's Mozart variations.
18-year-old Yoon Lim was the final performer of the quarterfinal round. He presented an exquisite recital that brought the Cliburn audience to its feet, featuring beautifully paced and superbly executed interpretations of Scriabin's Sonata Fantasy and Beethoven's Eroica variations.
Yoon Lim continued his powerhouse run here at the 2022 Cliburn with a magisterial performance of Mozart's E-flat major concerto, Koschel 482. His ensemble with the orchestra was consistently tight, his slow movement was heartbreaking, and his cadenzas stood out as some of the most surprising, strange, and smile-inducing of the competition.
What a great way to end a highlight reel of Yoon Lim's. It was the Concerto No. 22 of Mozart, Koschel 482 in E-flat major, one of the only times we've ever heard it in the Cliburn, and it was a celebration, the performance.
It was a glorious performance, and every performance under Yoon-chan's incredible fingers felt like a revelation. The youngest competitor feels like an old soul, and it's just staggering what he can do, not merely technically, but just in terms of his imaginative capacity and the way that everything just seems as if he is just channeling it from, I don't know, the composer or some sort of divine spirit. I mean, it's just incredible playing.
He's tapping into something for sure. And just from a piano nerd standpoint, I loved what he did in the sort of lacunae, in the holes that Mozart left in the concerto. The things he made up to do were just fantastic.
Endlessly surprising.
Really iconoclastic as well.
Yes.
Next, Ilya Shmukler, 27-year-old pianist from Russia. Here he is.
The penultimate performance of the preliminary round featured Ilya Shmukler, who was returning after competing previously in the 2017 edition of the competition. His Bach Busoni was hugely conceived. His Huftakata sounded like an exploding rainbow, and he brought the house down with Stravinsky's Petrushka.
Up next, Ilya Shmukler showed compelling new facets of his pianistic personality with a compelling program focused on music from the early 1900s, a Mettner Sonata, Book 1 of Debussy's Images, and the Scriabin Fantasy. He delivered uniquely drawn portraits of each work.
Ilya Shmukler gave the sixth and final performance of Mozart's D minor piano concerto during the semifinal round of the 2022 Cliburn. His take was urgent, insistent, and intense, and his second movement was perhaps the most flowing of the six we heard. The Fort Worth Symphony and Maestro McGuigan were tasteful and refined throughout.
Ilya Shmukler, 27-year-old pianist from Russia who's studied all over the world, but now he lives near Kansas City and studies with 2001 Cliburn co-gold medalist Stanislav Yudnich and Liz Rowe. He's been one of the most solid performers in this whole competition, remarkably consistent in everything he does.
And that actually is important in the competitive atmosphere. Ilya is a man of many passions, and we could see that passion be channeled through his performances. He seems to really excel in repertoire that requires virtuosity and a kind of romantic spirit, as in the Grieg performance last night. I thought he excelled in that.
That sort of consistency, too, is, of course, paramount if you're going to have a career as a performing artist. You have to play well every single time. Okay, have you been waiting for Clayton Stevenson? Here he is, 23-year-old Clayton Stevenson from the United States.
On day 2 of the 2022 Cliburn, we heard another set of 10 compelling recitals. Clayton Stevenson opened the day with power and drama to burn, delivering an extroverted Haydn sonata, symphonic heft in Stravinsky's Firebird, and dazzling pianism in Godowsky's take on Strauss's Die Fledermaus. Next, American pianist Clayton Stevenson played with conviction and power, opening his program with the Prélude from the Tombeau de Couperin by Ravel. Then he dove into the mythic drama of Liszt's Second Ballade and the ominous thrills of Prokofiev's Seventh Sonata, captivating the Cliburn audience.
The final night of Mozart concertos here at the 2022 Cliburn competition began with our only performance of Mozart's beloved C major piano concerto, Koelschel 467, performed by Clayton Stevenson. Clayton clearly was at ease, smiling throughout and highlighting the concerto's joyful and jubilant nature.
That's Clayton Stevenson. That is a young man whose utter delight in playing the piano is absolutely infectious. It must be in the concert hall. It certainly is through a TV screen.
That's right, and he's a delight in person. He is a man of many talents, and when he's at the piano, he is a showman. You know, he has such charisma and such virtuosity, and he loves to be there. He treated this whole competition as a joyful experience, and I thought that that was a beautiful way to look at this, and the audience really took to his artistry as well.
Let's talk about that joyful experience, because the joyful experience that we've had over these 2 weeks is turning to one of great anticipation. We are up here on the second floor, and we can feel it from one floor below. It is a very exciting time.
It's palpable. We can even hear the jurors in the next room, and everything is abuzz. And I think everyone is here just in total kind of anticipation of what the result will be, not because it necessarily determines quality, like who's the best of the best. You know, I think that that is such a subjective topic, but you know, a competition is about sort of plucking out, you know, who the jury believes will be able to sustain that career and has something really special to offer to the world of music. And we've seen such brilliant personalities here. I would happily go to the recitals or their concerto appearances in the future because they've really made a mark on me, and I'm already starting to miss everybody because they've just generously shown so much effort and love and passion for their instrument and for the pieces that they performed.
There's such a lot of promise and such a lot of optimism at an event like this.
Yes.
Don't you think? It sort of restores my faith a little bit in the business itself, and like Peter Paul was saying, in the world itself. These young people have come here to share their gifts and their talents. It hasn't mattered where they're from or any of that, and it fills me with hope.
I almost felt like I've been in this cocoon of goodness and beauty and creativity and wonder, because it just takes one glance at, you know, a news website to sort of get pulled down into the murk of all of the suffering and the complexities in the world around us. And so to be here and to be focused on, you know, just the genius of these composers being filtered through the genius of these competitors, I mean, this is what it means to be alive. It's why we're here, and it's why we feel such collective hope and support and excitement over the moments to come. Because this is not only, you know, an end point, but it's actually almost like a launching point.
It is a launch for at least 3 people.
Yeah.
But the Cliburn has historically and right up to the present day not only concentrated on the people that win the medals at the competition, but also in, as Jacques Marquis always says, expanding the reach of the Cliburn family, and that means all 30 competitors. We want to bring these kids back to Fort Worth to visit their host families, to play concerts in the community. That's one of the really important things the Cliburn can do. And I'll tell you, really, when you were speaking about being in the bubble of the Cliburn for the past 2 weeks and 2 days, it really is. It's one of the best things about the Cliburn is that it does create that bubble. Time sort of stands still. We talked a little bit ago about that video we did about the various rounds. That seems like we did that about 5 years ago, you know, but it's really only been 2 weeks.
And this synergistic relationship between everyone here, between the crew, between, you know, what we're doing here at the webcast, but the audience members, Marin Alsop, the jurors, and of course the pianists who have sacrificed a lot to be here. They've sacrificed, you know, times when they could have just been watching a movie, you know, they're spending it at the piano, or times where they could have just relaxed, and they've been so focused at the task at hand, and that is to bring excellent music making to the world stage.
It's all in the service of talent, all in the service of music. We hope that Van Cliburn would be proud. We are going to take you now to the stage, and we're going to have the award ceremony of the 16th Cliburn Piano Competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is Kyiv-born 2013 Van Cliburn gold medalist Vadim Kolodenko. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the awards ceremony of the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. I'm Fred Child, and before I go any further, I have to say it was so heartwarming to hear your reaction. I was just backstage. I introduced Vadim Kolodenko, the 2013 gold medalist. I wasn't even able to finish my thought because of your warm and enthusiastic reaction. Just in case there was any question, I know a lot of you recognized it. Vadim played for us the Ukrainian national anthem. I think most of us here in this room know the story of 1958. And before I go any further, I'm just curious because not that long ago, is there anyone here in the house tonight who was in Moscow in 1958 when Van Cliburn was there? I don't see any hands up, but it's entirely possible, and I'm sure there are folks watching around the world. Well, 23-year-old Van Cliburn went to Moscow when fear was in the air, when the Cold War was at its height. There was so much fear, so much disconnection, fear about nuclear war, the H-bomb, duck and cover, the evil abroad. There was so much disconnection across national borders. And here comes Van Cliburn with his extraordinary musicianship, with his disarming humanity and humility, and he connected directly with the Russian people. From his very first moments in public in the 1950s until his untimely passing in 2013, Van Cliburn knew in his heart the connections that music can make and the way music and art can overcome fear. Honestly, being here these days at this competition in 2022, I have pretty much stopped watching the news. We know there's a lot to be afraid of now. That's the focus of the news today, but the focus here, in this room, on this stage, at this piano, has been the opposite of fear. It's curiosity, it's connection. The musicians on this stage have shown us that nation of origin matters far less than individual character. The musicians on this stage have shown that the immense tragedy and suffering that we know of from history is not a necessary indicator of our future. These musicians have shown us that through dedication to art and humanity in our lives, we can overcome those disconnections, those tragedies, that suffering. Those of us who watch and admire the music making taking place on this stage, we're not just seeking a diversion from the news. And we found what we came for over the past 17 days. We found a hope that a more beautiful, connected future is entirely possible. We've seen it lived by these musicians on stage. And the last word has to go to Van Cliburn himself, of course. Van Cliburn was asked for 65 years to comment on politics, and he always shifted the focus back to music and art. Even when he was 23 years old in Moscow, when he was asked about Russian-American relations, he said, quote, "I'm touched by the cordial reception given to me by the Russian people. It's a great pleasure to play for these fine lovers of music. The spirit of the audience inspired me." And when he was asked a question that will likely be asked of our gold medalist tonight, in just a few minutes, how does it feel to win the gold medal? He moved the focus from himself back to music and art. This is a quote. "I appreciate more than you will ever know the honor that I receive, but you are honoring music. I'm only a witness and a messenger. I believe in the beauty, the eternity, and the invisible architecture of this art form. I'm grateful that you've honored me in this spirit. Van Cliburn, we remember your presence on this very stage. Your connection-making lives in our hearts, in the legacy of this event, and it continues in these musicians we honor today, in the spirit of music and art. Thank you, Van Cliburn. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Jeff King, the Cliburn chairman of the board, Jacques Marquis, Cliburn president and CEO, and Marin Alsop, the Cliburn jury chair. And of course, the jury of the 2022 Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. From France, Jean-Flamme Bavouzet. From Italy, Alessio Bax. From Austria, Rico Gulda. From Switzerland, Andreas Hefliger. From China, Taiwan, and the United States, Wuhan. From the United Kingdom, Sir Stephen Huff. From the United States, Anne-Marie McDermott. From Israel and the United States, Orly Shaham. And from Germany, Lilia Zilberstein. Let's take a quick look back now at the past 17 exhilarating days.
This summer, the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition returned to Fort Worth and to the world. In a dazzling display featuring the world's best pianists, 30 competitors were narrowed down from 388 applicants to travel to Fort Worth and to compete in person for the chance of a lifetime. They convened at the brand new state-of-the-art Van Cliburn Concert Hall at TCU, where they each performed a 40-minute piano recital that included a commissioned work by Sir Stephen Huff. A jury made up of some of the best musicians of our time and headed by conductor Marin Alsop selected 18 competitors to move forward into the quarterfinal round. Each pianist then performed another piano recital, culminating in a jury selection of 12 competitors to move to semifinal rounds held at the beautiful Bass Performance Hall. They were joined in collaboration as each performed Mozart concertos with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and conductor Nicholas McGeegan. 6 were then selected to move to the final rounds, where they performed 2 concertos with conductor Marin Alsop. After weeks of stunning performances that were not only seen by countless audience members in Fort Worth, but also broadcast live to millions worldwide, we crown the medalists of the 2022 Van Cliburn International Piano Competition.
Just a little behind-the-scenes showbiz secret. When you see an MC applauding at the mic, the secret is the silent clap. Because you want to look like you're clapping, but you don't want that sound to go in the microphone and come out the speakers. So the silent clap from me. Before we get to tonight's presentations, we want to once more acknowledge this outstanding group of 6 finalists who've graced our stage this week. We just saw their faces on the screen overhead. They're all here with us at Bass Hall here in Fort Worth, Texas. Finalists, if you would please join us on the stage as I call your names. Dimitro Choni. Geniushene. Uladzislau Khandohi. Yunchan Lim. Ilya Schmuckler. And Clayton Stevenson. Finalists, for now, please take your seats once again. I know, my pulse is rising too. We're just extending the suspense. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cliburn Chairman of the Board, Jeff King.
Good evening. What a thrilling journey we have enjoyed together over the past 2.5 weeks. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I wish to express our profound gratitude to our esteemed jury and conductor, Marin Alsop, our competitors, our donors and sponsors, our 600 volunteers, our staff, those of you who have joined us live at TCU and Bass Hall, and those of you who have followed us online across the 4 corners of the earth. Once again, you all have combined forces to produce one of the most celebrated classic music events on the planet. It is the mission of the Cliburn to advance classical piano music throughout the world with an enduring commitment to artistic excellence and the discovery of young artists. After 388 applications from 51 countries, culminating in 17 days of brilliant artistry, before 9 voting jury members hailing from 6 countries, I believe you all will agree that the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition has achieved that mission, and we are all better for it. Music is our universal language. It knows no earthly boundaries. It rises above all conflict. It is our only common voice. As a 23-year-old, Van Cliburn himself brought the human race a little closer together through music in 1958. Those of us in this hall and those of you watching around the world have done so again in 2022. Congratulations, and thank you all for being part of the Cliburn family.
And now please welcome Cliburn President and CEO Jacques Marquis.
Thank you. It's the bow tie. Thank you, Jeff. 60 years ago, inspired by Van Cliburn, his legacy of bringing people together with music and across all boundaries, a group of exceptional volunteers started the Cliburn. Today, like Jeff said, 600 volunteers. They are board members, host family, social host, gift shop personnel, airport transportation, early morning report, events planner. They are the core, they are the pillar of this competition. Thank you all. "60 years, and I would like to mention one person that has been involved 44 years of those 60 years. He was a conductor, a jury chairman, an artistic advisor, and an endless friend of the Cliburn. Please give a hand to John Giordano somewhere up there. Candidates, we were here close by 3 weeks ago, and we talked about this is your journey. This is also a picture in time, and it's part of your intense journey of what you do with such bravura and love, and always think at it's now, and you're still continuing this journey through time, and we're happy so much to have you all with us. For the finalists, thank you. It's been a privilege. For the other ones, next competition, 2025. Thank you all. We had many fantastic artistic partners. TCU, the new Van Cliburn Concert Hall at TCU was great for the 2 first rounds. After that, coming back to Bass Hall is such a privilege to work with all of them. And we put, to a certain extent, a lot of work on the Fort Worth Symphony with having 3 concertos this year. And first with Nicholas McGeegan, and after that with Marin. Thank you, the musicians of the Fort Worth Symphony, for your engagement and dedication to the Cliburn. The jury. People coming close by the jury room heard either way nothing because they were working, or a lot of laughs. They had a lot of fun, but what I love about them is their complete dedication from day one. They took so many notes on the candidates, and they were there to cheer, to be moved, to help, and like you, to be touched by music and their art. They are concert pianists, and they know what it takes to be there, to stay there, and also the pressure of being on the stage. And I think we had a fantastic jury. Thank you so much. In the artistic world, I kept Marin Alsop as a dessert, my cherry on the cake. She has been wonderful way before you saw her conducting. And she arrived early on, and she was a fantastic jury chairman, because trying to mute them is not easy. And she was perfect doing it. And she was perfect also of looking always for the music. We had many conversations about how we can help young musicians. She's a great conductor, but she's also great with young people. It's why we are so privileged to have her with us. And Marin, whenever you want to come back, you're my guest. Thank you, Marin. A competition like this, I'm getting there, guys. I know. A competition like this needs a lot of support. Sponsors, donors, you know who you are. Thank you. It's been crazy 5 years considering everything happened, and you were there when it counts, and you'll be there in 3 years, I'm sure. Then we'll be back to see you soon. Thank you so much, sponsors and donors. They are crucial to us. Thank you. I will talk now about Cliburn workforce. It's twofold. We have a lot of contractors with us. Thinking of the webcast, who is fantastic, I would like to say thank you to Buddy Bray as host. He makes everybody look smart and fun, and because he is really smart and fun, thank you to the two who did the semi-final round, John Nakamatsu and Liz Rowe. They were fantastic. And it's a big team behind them who did that. We've been working with these guys for many, many years, and we're so privileged to work with them. And all the contractors, the stagehands here, and the people who are in the back making this possible, you're the best. Thank you. The twofold, the next one is Cliburn staff. This is the Cliburn team, dream team, almost as you guys. A dream team of Cliburn staff. They are involved, they are the host of this competition for everybody coming from the world. They're working without time, without concern. They are engaged from day one to day last, and I thank you, all of you, personally. It's a privilege working with all. Thanks. Finally, we have Matty Parker somewhere. Thank you, Mayor, for coming today. And, you know, I would love to convince all our mayors, the one now and in the future, to call Fort Worth Piano Town. We had some good numbers. I had where are we now? 8.5 million of views on the webcast. 170 countries. And 50 million on social media. At the beginning of the Cliburn, there was two mandates: helping young musicians and sharing the music with all. I think we can say, good job, guys. We did pretty well this year. Thank you. Please, this is my real honor to introduce Marin Alsop to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This has been an incredible journey. As I said to the orchestra this morning, thanks for a great year. Oh, it's only been a week. Yeah. But I really want to personally congratulate each one of the finalists. I so enjoyed, I might cry, sorry. I so enjoyed working with each of you. I fell in love with each of you, and I can't wait to collaborate again in the near future with all of you. Congratulations to every one of you. So the Cliburn, as I've learned now, is much more than a piano competition. It's about community. People from all walks of life coming together to support and celebrate these incredible young talents. When we had a coffee this morning, the two young women who were the baristas said they loved the concert last night. I mean, that doesn't happen often. And you know, you, the audience, have been incredible. Your enthusiasm, your warmth, your focus, your cell phones, and your energy. No, your energy has really spurred all of us on. So thank you all for being here and for supporting these young people. I want to say, yeah, it's fantastic, huh? You know, and the hundreds of volunteers who couldn't be lovelier or more generous, I think every one of them fed me. And I want to say a special shout out to my personal volunteer, Joanna, who is responsible for my extra 5 pounds this week. And my fellow jury members, colleagues, and my really newfound friends who have listened with intensity and focus and, above all, profound artistic integrity. Thank you. And of course, my personal thanks to the orchestra. I felt like they tried to play Rachmaninoff 3 as though it were the first time every time. So congratulations to them. And I know it's the thank you. You know, you can't say thank you enough, really, and none of this would be possible without great leadership. And Jacques Marquis, Jeff King, the entire staff is amazing, board of directors, and incredibly generous donors. Thank you all. You know, for me, witnessing these unbelievably gifted and dedicated young people gives us hope for a future that is built on the best humanity has to offer. So maybe we should just end there. No, okay, so now for the awards. Over to Fred. Uh-oh. Well, that could be bad, Fred. You all right?
There is no proprietary information on these pages. But before we get to the awards, just one quick thing, actually. I sent an email this afternoon into the ether to the winner of the very first Cliburn competition, Ralph Vodopek. And just as I was walking around backstage, he wrote me back with a message for the young musicians, the pianists of this year's competition. Having watched some of the earlier rounds and almost all of the finals, I'm very impressed and moved by the artistry, poise, not to mention the fingers of all 6 finalists. Wishing them all a successful life in music. Yours, Ralph Vodopek.
Oh, that's nice.
To the awards. Pianists, when your name is called, please join us on stage to receive your certificate. I will say the first 2 are not here with us. They've already gone to their next gigs. But first up, the Patricia and Neil Steffen Family Jury Discretionary Award with a cash prize of $4,000 made possible by an endowment gift from Patricia A. Steffen.
This award goes to Andrew Lee.
The Raymond E. Buck Jury Discretionary Award with a cash prize of $4,000 made possible by an endowment gift from the Raymond E. Buck Foundation.
This award goes to Geniushene.
The John Giordano Jury Chairman Discretionary Award with a cash prize of $4,000 made possible by an endowment gift from Mary D. and F. Howard Walsh.
The award goes to Marcel Tadocoro.
The Beverly Taylor Smith Award for Best Performance of a New Work, a work written, of course, for this competition by Sir Stephen Hough, with a cash prize of $5,000 made possible by an endowment gift from the estate of Gordon William Smith.
The award goes to Yunchun Lim.
Best Performance of a Mozart Concerto, with a cash prize of $5,000 made possible by a gift from Anton Nell.
The award goes to Ilya Schmukler.
The Carla and Kelly Thompson Audience Award, presented by Medici.tv, with a cash prize of $2,500, made possible by an endowment gift from Carla and Kelly Thompson, and by the way, voted on by more than 13,000 people in 84 countries on Medici.tv.
The award goes to Yunchun Lim.
And now, the 2022 Van Cliburn International Piano Competition medalists. Pianists, as Marin calls your name, please come up on stage to receive your award and stay with us for the remainder of the announcements. First, third prize. The bronze medal comes with a cash award of $25,000, made possible by a gift from the Molly and Garland Lassiter Charitable Fund at the North Texas Community Foundation. Third prize also includes 3 years of individualized career management and U.S. concert tours, the development of a promotional package that includes a press kit and website, and personalized performance attire.
The bronze medal goes to Dimitro Choni.
Second prize. The silver medal comes with a cash award of $50,000, made possible by a gift from Mr. and Mrs. Fuller French in honor of Adelaide Polk Fuller. Second prize also includes 3 years of individualized career management and U.S. concert tours, the development of a promotional package that includes a press kit and website, and personalized performance attire.
The silver medal goes to Anna Geniushene.
First prize. The Nancy Lee and Perry R. Bass Gold Medal comes with a cash award of $100,000, made possible by an endowment gift from Nancy Lee and Perry R. Bass. First prize also includes 3 years of individualized career management, including U.S. and international concert tours, a comprehensive career mentorship program, a Steinway Recording Prize studio album, the development of a promotional package that includes a press kit and website, and personalized performance attire provided by Neiman Marcus.
The Nancy Lee and Perry R. Bass Gold Medal for the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, goes to Yun-Chan Lim.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a question that often comes up in competitions. You just saw the collegiality here, and I'll tell you that yesterday during the final round, between concertos, the pianist coming off and the pianist going on, I saw exchange a huge hug and smile. These musicians have supported each other through this entire event. Thanks once again to all of our competitors. Thank you all for joining us. Those of you here in the hall, we invite you to continue the celebration across the street in Sundance Square Plaza at the closing party. Our new medalists will be there right after the press conference. Otherwise, congratulations to everyone who's taken part, and to our worldwide audience. Our hearts are full knowing that we'll see you again in just 3 years, the 17th edition of the Cliburn International Piano Competition in 2025. Thank you and good night.
Here are the medalists being congratulated by Marin Alsop, Jacques Marquis, and Jeff King. Yun-Chan Lim, Anna Geniushene, and Dimitro Choni, the medalists of the 16th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. They've got bright futures ahead of them and a very packed schedule for the next few days. Those are our medalists. This row? No surprises there, really?
No surprises there. Very deserving. And each artist just showcased such individual personalities, and you can see that the jury is sharing their respect with all of these talented pianists.
I'm Buddy Bray. It's been my honor to be your host for this journey.
And it has been the adventure and experience of a lifetime to be sharing the co-host desk with you, Buddy.
Thank you so much for watching the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Have a good evening, and we will see you in 2025.